see how this goes. Please work, please work, please work. There we go. Okay, so I just resend that link out in as many places as you can. That we already did the link for. All right. I cannot see how this looks from the other end, so hopefully it's fine. The link for. All right. I cannot see how this looks from the other end. Oh, okay, thank you. The link for. All right. I cannot see how this looks from the other end. Oh, okay, thank you. Why is it the image? That's strange. Well, what if I do this? That does not work. The link for. All right. Let me just double check. I cannot see how this looks. Oh, okay, there we go. The other end. Oh, okay. I had to wait 20 seconds to make sure that what I did actually works. Okay. Well, what if I do this? That does not work. Believe we are ready to go now. Link for. Is everyone here? All right. Okay. Let me just double check. I cannot see how this looks. Oh, okay, there we go. The other end. Oh, okay. I had to wait 20 seconds to make sure that what I did actually works. Okay. Well, what if I do this? That does not work. Believe we are ready to go now. Okay. Is everyone here? I guess we'll just go ahead then, and I guess we'll try and. Okay. I know. I can switch it. It's literally the switch of the scene. I just wanted to introduce everyone. Okay. I had to wait 20 seconds to make sure that what I did actually worked. Okay. Well, now that we're all here, thank you for sticking with the technical difficulties. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2022 UMBC Game Developers Digital Entertainment Conference. Yay! I am Desmond. I am the current president of this club, and as such, I will help guide things in this particularly long event. We have a rather nice list of people who are very willing to give presentations on what they do in the games industry. And first up is Ryan Griffin. So let me just go ahead and open that stream.
Can everybody hear me? I'm just wanted to make sure that everything's good.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
I can hear you. I still cannot see Ryan's screen though.
It'll take a few seconds
on the stream. Oh, okay. I just want to make sure it's all good.
Okay. Because I'm looking at the stream right now and it's still going through the animations. It's not okay. There you go. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right, I can see it. So I'm assuming that I am streaming audio through that. I have not checked. Okay. The stream audio is going cool. I can see my stuff. So I'm going to assume that we are ready to go. So this is about 11:10. So I got about 50 minutes to do this. So. Hello, everyone. My name is Ryan Griffin. I work at Oxide Games. I've done a couple of these things before, but I'm gonna try to like condense it, but also still reference some of the other presentations which I've done before. Who am I? I'm Ryan Griffin. I'm a 3D artist at Oxide Games. I'm also a UMCE alumni from 2011. I was a former professor at Howard Community College for a year. I did some graphic design and 3D art at a toy and candy company. I'm an animator, motion graphics, video editing, a little bit of everything. So Oxide. Oxide has made Ashes of the Singularity. We're also working on something new. I can't really talk too much about it, but I've been working on it for the past 3 years as both a outsourcing specialist as well as a 3D artist on the architecture team, but really, like, I'm more of a generalist. I've done like a little bit of everything, like at the company, on the art side, except for maybe concept art. But yeah, basically doing everything from environments, vehicles, props, organics, characters, rigging, animation, teaching, mentoring, a little bit of everything. You can check out some of my links here. But this is like the main bread and butter of my portfolio. You can see some of my work here. Some of the stuff which kind of like made me famous is stuff like this. Like this is like my like biggest project, which kind of put me on the map 4 years ago, which helped me to get my job. Got about like 5,000, 6,000 views on it. This kind of goes through the whole process. This was also kind of like an application as well, like with the breakdown of like how I made it. Yeah, going through like I'm kind of like a hard surface specialist. Like I really enjoy hard surface stuff, whether it's buildings or sci-fi or vehicles, like all kinds of stuff. Like I've been doing 3D since I was 15. So in high school, I went to Reservoir High School in Howard County, and I went to the ARL program, and I was actually the first student in the state to go through the entire program from high school into college, essentially. So I have a fairly good understanding of the entire program and how it kind of functions at the different levels. But yeah, I also wrote a tutorial as well, which you all can check out on the UMBC game dev on the YouTube. I put a free tutorial on how to make this, on how to do a full AAA indie game dev prop. Check it out. It's got a lot of really good information. I took like 4 hours to make it. I would appreciate if you guys saw it and learned a thing or two. So yeah, sci-fi trim sheets. I did a talk on that. So like here's links to my previous tutorials and or talks. But this time I'm gonna talk about a program called Gaea. What is Gaea? Gaea is kind of like a terrain building program which is done with nodes. There's a very similar program which is very popular as well called Substance Designer, and I'm actually going to touch on both of those today, and how they kind of are intertwined. And I also did a talk about like organics and stuff like that. And all that kind of like ties into like how it's all interdisciplinary, and how everything in game development is kind of like tied together, and you need to use multiple techniques in order to get the results that you want. So, Gaea. What is Gaea? So Gaea is a node-based program that allows you to create terrain through different kinds of noises and like combining different types of primitives. Not akin to like the modifier stack, if you know what that is. In like 3ds Max or Blender, they have what's called like modifiers. But a lot of the stuff for Gaea is either used in terrain or they're used in skyboxes. And here's like a really neat little like video explanation on what like a skybox is. But with that, a skybox is generally, the classic definition of it is the actual sky texture like around the actual sky, right? But the thing is that you're not really limited to just that skybox. It's basically everywhere like a player can't really get to, right? And they can see it, but they can't like interact with it per se. And that can be anywhere from like a space sim or like the actual terrain out there, or it could be like water, or there's a lot of different things that denote like a skybox. But there's also another technique called a sky dome, which is a similar technique, but instead of a box, it is a sphere or a hemisphere. So like here's like a pretty good like example where you have like the actual like player area, right? As soon as it decides to load, okay, there we go. You have like the actual like playable area, right? Which is like down here, right? And you have like these like walls which like enclose the playable area, which the player cannot get past without like dying or something like that. And you basically close it off so that the player can't get outside of that. Now, of course, you have people who are very smart and actually try to get out of that area through different means, super jumping, glitches through the terrain and bounding boxes and all that. That's a different story for a QA. But what I'm talking about is the stuff beyond that. So I'm talking about the skybox, the mountains, the like other like buildings back there, or if there's like spaceships or animations or something going on back there to make it a living world, right? And I talked about living world actually last time in my last tutorial, which basically creating a biome and how that brings it into like a fully immersive environment. And all of this back here is actually just a Gaea terrain, essentially. But it's really kind of like far away, and you have these VFX clouds, you have like atmosphere, you have all kinds of stuff to have like this layering effect between the player and the actual mountain area. So in this, like you can kind of get a breakdown of like, okay, this area here is obviously where the player can get to, right? And you have this like expanse which can be filled, right? And then you have the actual skybox. Here's another like good example on that one. Whereas like you can have like so much happening within that skybox, but the player can never really get to it, right? But you can really bring in a immersive world, like, and storytelling beyond that. Like you could have like a ship like coming in, right? And being able to have something happen and then have it leave. And like the player can never like interact with it, but all of this is still like pretty important to be able to have that world immersion, right? And then the ship eventually leaves. And it's all these little like candid little animations which are going to help like sell the actual environment. Same thing here. Classic example of the Halo ring. Now, like the classic example was an actual skybox. but they have since made it actual geometry in later Halos because they can freaking do that. So Dax is the creator of Quad Spinner in Gaea, and with that, he actually used to work actually at the competitor, which was World Machine. And World Machine was like one of the bigger companies. Like obviously it's a little older, but he basically took that same concept and worked on the actual terrain algorithms to create Gaea. And he's very talented and has made a lot of different tools to be able to create terrains for like backgrounds as well as terrains for in-game geometry. He's working with like everything like organic and stuff like that. So he's very talented at that. All right. So Gaea. Gaea has like a number of different kinds of primitives. But can you all see this at all? I'm pretty sure we can here. But Gaea basically starts up and has a bunch of different options for it. Let's just say like a mountain or something, and it's gonna generate a mountain for me. And then, bam, that's it. I'm done my tutorial. See y'all later. But no. So with Gaea, you can actually just straight up take a primitive, right? Let's just say I want like some rocky formations, right? I can take this, and then I can say, oh, I want a fault, and so I can take both of these, and then I can take a combine, and then combine these two nodes. Oops, come on now. There we go. So you see how it takes both a certain kind of like primitive. Now, when I mean primitive, I'm talking about a noise, and there's plenty of different kinds of noises, right? And I'm taking two of those and I'm combining them. Like, let's just say in Photoshop, it's taking two layers and I am overlaying one over the other, or I'm multiplying it over each other. And look over here, you have this exact same thing, right? Where you have it blending, you have divide, you have multiply. It's the exact same kind of feel as Photoshop, right? Let's just try like a different example. Let's do like a crater, right? Let's do a crater with like a mountain, right? Pretty simple. And you can also do like just straight up like pipe, like directly through here, and link them up like so. And you can also change up the actual like ratio like between the different things here. So let's do my previous example here that I did with the starter image. And I'll break down exactly like how I made it. It's gonna computate everything going on here. And let's turn this up to 2K. Just gonna update the. It's gonna go through it all here. Hopefully, it's not gonna crash. It's gonna build the erosion and stuff like that. Takes a second here. Yeah, I should probably actually not do this. I should probably do it at 1K instead. But I like things that are pretty, so I'm going to continue at this range here. So yeah, going through and like making my mountain node. And one thing that you'll kind of notice is that it actually kind of gets close to the edge here, and I don't want that. So I am gonna transform that in a little bit so that it's not like clipping, and then I'll like add in like some like folds to it. So like you can kind of like see like the difference. I'm adding like folding of how the mountain was created, doing some terracing, like doing some erosion, and getting some like rivers and stuff like flowing down the mountain from water, doing some more terracing, some more erosion, and then combining it all together. And then I'm getting like my final height map, right? And then I'll go through into maybe some color. Maybe I don't like this color profile. I'm going to choose like a different one. And then I'll go and be like, okay, I want to get all this data out of here, right? And so I'll go and be like, hey, let me select all of my height, right? And I'll then mark it for export. And then I'll go to the build, and then I'll select where I want it to be, and then I hit start build, and it's going to export out all of these different textures, right? But all of these are getting off of the displacement and height data through here. And of course, I can go through and like change up the properties, right, of all these things before I actually export it. And again, there's lots of different kinds of adjustment layers. You can do your blurs, your like inverts, your sharpens, like everything in Photoshop here you basically have, and more. Because this is all with the different kinds of like adjustments and warps and stuff like that. And you can just like play around with this. There's so much like variety which you can get super quickly with these different node-based texturing techniques. So like once we go ahead and like export that, I'm actually going to go and populate some of this into Substance Designer. So Gaea is a terrain editor, right? This is a slightly different program, but it kind of uses similar stuff, right? So like that's all my export, and then this is kind of the final result from that. And you can actually use that within games, right? So you can have that like crazy mountain out in the background, that volcano. Now the player might never be able to actually get to it, but it's really putting in a feel which like you can only really get from something that is like lived in, right? And something which is created by a nature. But if you look at it, like all of those pieces are just one small part of the entirety of the environment. Like this is a contest which a guy did very well in. Like this is a very good example. As soon as it loads, let's go through the beginning of this. So with this challenge, like he wanted to kind of go through and go step by step on like how it was created, going through and setting up the camera, setting up like how he wants the actual like terrain to go, and you can actually go and take your slope data. Like there's like a slope. So this node right here, which is for slope, this actually determines where it like depending upon the angle of the slope, whether it's like anywhere between 0 to like 40 degrees or so, vegetation will actually grow. And so you can use this map to actually determine in-game where foliage will actually spawn, right? And you have like this valley right here, right? And everywhere where there's grass, you could have it spawn different kinds of grasses, right? And you could have a certain height level as the forest line, the where the trees stop growing, right? And you could have, okay, like this is where the erosion is creating sediment and actually creating a river valley, right? And you can determine, okay, within that river valley, it's going to spawn a certain material. And there's actually great tutorials within Unity and Unreal Engine 5 on how to do that, which I believe I have those actually further down here. But yeah, you don't necessarily have to only create something that's like realistic. You can do some like wild, crazy, like alien worlds, right? There's so much out there to be able to actually make with Gaea. And yeah, with Gaea, it has actually a pretty vibrant Facebook community as well, although they're actually going through and turning this into a actual discussion board as well, with their own community board. And one of the cool things about Gaea is that it has like a lot of really good documentation in terms of the interface, as well as like how to actually use it, going into detail of like what every single node is about. And one of the great things about Gaea is that it actually has a free version, which you can like anybody can use it and get out about like a 1K texture. So like you can use this like for free. Which is like one of the most powerful things about it. Now, I actually do have the indie version, so I can get higher res, but it's perpetual. So like I paid $100 and I can use it forever and get really good resolution terrain. So free is nice. Okay. Oh, the YouTube channel is amazing. It'll go through like every little step on like how to actually create something within Gaea. There's lots of great content out there for that. Yeah, so this thing here. This is one of my like newer materials, right? So this is within Substance Designer. This is slightly different than Gaea, but it's the same kind of setup in that it has these like nodes, right? And I'm generating materials from this, materials, shaders, same kind of thing. But yeah, it's going through and like adding in like how like things are blending together. And I'm creating like color, and I'm doing like different noises, right? And like I'm adding things to it and building up my height value. And I'll like go through and say, hey, I want a noise. I'll take that, and this is my noise here, and then I'll blend that with like a different like shape. I can do like different pattern. I'll do like a pyramid, and like I can like combine the two and then do a like multiply off that, and this is the result, right? And let's go through and do like a levels. And so you can get like you can just like get all these together, and then it's going to keep adding onto each other. So with this, like I'm making like a individual shape, right? And like this is getting close to my final shape here, right? And this is my quote unquote primitive, right? So it's the same thing as a primitive here. It's like a basic shape, but I'm going through and doing stuff like beforehand, and then I'm doing a tile sampler and like splattering it together on here. So I can go through and like adjust like on the fly a different shape altogether, right? And all this is tiling. So I don't have to go through in Photoshop and force it to be tiling. It is like so much easier than the way that it used to be. So yeah, like that's like this is all generated off the height, right? And then from the height, I can go through and it's so far over here. All right. From the height. So this is the final here. I can go through and start adding in like color values to it, right? Or I could do like normal data or my AO. Like I can generate everything off of the height essentially. And then from here I can then export out all of my maps. And then I can go and bring it into my Maya engine, right? And so this is kind of my final result. Now I could have actually put this into a game engine like the Unreal Engine and going through within like first person and like walking around here as well. So like that's also totally a option as well. So yeah, like basically like there's like a lot of things that are possible with this program here and in this one too. And having them both in a combination is going to be super powerful. Let's see here. Yeah, I've gone through that. Okay, with people who are kind of interested in this kind of work here, you can actually check out some of the like substance designer gurus that like you could get a job in the games industry just making these kinds of materials, right? I mean, heck, like you can make freaking spaghetti. Like it's super powerful to like make stuff with this. And the thing is that like every kind of game needs some kind of like terrain and some kind of like world. Like it really depends on the actual like location, but these kind of programs are super powerful. And I've known people to actually just get jobs like just doing this. And granted, like you don't necessarily have to be like the best like person who like draws, right? Like you could like think about it in terms of like you're coding a texture, right? You're figuring out, okay, like how does this like one little shape work, right? And then I'm going to tile it and splatter it across a whole texture, right? It's very interesting to think about it in that way instead of having to make like the entirety of it in like Photoshop or ZBrush. In this method, you're actually having all of the tiling done for you, and it's you're basically using a lot of like heavy lifting to be able to go through and generate these textures for you. Now, you can actually go through and do mega scans. Like there's other stuff like if you're trying to do like realistic stuff, you can also check out mega scans. Now mega scans is a library through the Unreal Engine. And being able to get like PBR physically real scanned data. So like your like trees and rocks and shrubs and all this stuff is free like with the Unreal Engine, and you can go and take all this data and then like make your world from it. You don't necessarily have to make it yourself. like you can build, like, you don't necessarily have to be a artist to do level design, right? Level design is another like separate discipline, but it's more like you're like taking Lego blocks and building the world, right? It's not like you have to like make this all from scratch, but you can also do that as well. Like you can go through and learn how to ZBrush sculpt this rock and make it into a beautiful custom thing, right? But the limitation with this kind of workflow is you're only doing something which is in the real world. You don't necessarily have to do something which is like stylized, right? If you want to do something stylized, you can totally do that. Like you could make something sci-fi with the same technology. Because once you learn how to like make something from scratch, like you can make anything. So it's not like you're limited by style, essentially. No, but like Daniel Thayer's not necessarily the best person for stylized stuff. This guy is actually really good for doing stylized stuff. So here's like a stylized wood texture, right? And he's making it into a trim sheet. And I've talked about trim sheets before, but this guy's great because he literally does like video tutorials on like how to actually make this stuff, and you can have like a portfolio ready thing in like 10 minutes. Like it's super easy to be able to actually make this kind of stuff. And 3D extrude is like one of like my favorites for learning anything stylized. So definitely check them out. All right. So I have about 20 minutes left. So I'll probably like open it up to questions in a little bit here, but let me go through a couple things as like wrapping up here. Quality is king. Quality is going to get you a job. So focus on something that you're passionate about. Focus on something that you can showcase your skills at. Try to be consistent with your practice. Like doing it, I had to go through my time being able to work on something every day to like get better, right? Being able to do work consistently and having superior quality and learning newer techniques for the kind of game that you want to make. So one thing that you should do is have a very specific goal. Try to have hireable skills. Like finding the game company which you want to work at, right? Now, what I mean by having a very specific goal, right? Working in games is not specific enough. That is very broad. Now, that can be a low barrier to entry, right? But if you have a more specific goal, the easier it'll be for you to actually achieve that goal. So, working as a environment artist at Naughty Dog is a much more specific goal because it gives you a role, environment artist. It gives you a art style, Naughty Dog. Naughty Dog is like super realistic. And a company, Naughty Dog. Naughty Dog is a big name company, right? And so that's going to be like a 300 person company. It's huge. But you can be very specialized in that role. And being able to find somebody who is a mentor who does the job that you want to do, and try to learn things from them. Continue to practice. Like you've got to level up. Continue to work on your craft. Find people who are like-minded, and being able to come together and work on projects together, or being able to share skills. Networking is a huge part of it as well. Trying not to like procrastinate, challenge yourself. find other communities that are like-minded through like Polycount, Facebook, Discord. Like obviously you all are in a club at UMBC, but have you gone out and tried to go to other game dev communities as well? Having mastery of a skill, like you might have like a terrible experience at these programs, and it may not be for you at first, but if you continue to work at it and continue to learn something, you will then level up and have a better understanding of that skill. And this is something that takes like a lifetime to be able to quote unquote master something, right? But it's going to help you actually get better at it, to be able to like get critique and being able to understand more about it. Having a good mindset to help you to become a better artist. Here's a bunch of like extra resources, which I think are pretty important. Being able to find a mentor, right? Whether it's like a general environment, doing vehicles, doing characters, doing animation, there's a lot of stuff out there to be able to help get you to the next level as well. Also, there are local game development clubs which are at the hobby level or indie level. Looking at the Baltimore IGDA or the DC IGDA. Both of those are great clubs doing their own work, as well as the larger studios as well. Which if you haven't looked at Game Dev Map, I would check them out. So Oxide Games, which is where I work, we have a few positions available. Some of these might be a little bit out of date, but this is what our website currently looks like. Also, another company which I just started up with Greg Funchess, who used to work over at Firaxis Games. They're working with EA and Star Wars, working on a project there. They have a bunch of like roles available. So if you're interested, I would check them out. This might be a good opportunity to be able to get into the industry. And most of these jobs look like they're not senior level. So this is something which you might be able to strive for. Yeah, I think that's going to be pretty much it. So I'm going to open up to questions. So I got maybe like 8 minutes, or sorry, yeah, like I've got like 10 minutes left. So questions.
Would you like us to read some of the questions that have already been posted?
Yes, please.
First one was from YouTube. They asked, "Is Gaea free?"
Yes, like there is a community version which you can download right now. The only caveat is that it will only export out at a 1K a texture size.
Awesome. I see another one, but it was crossed out. Do you have an example of the workflow from idea to creating terrain to implementation in an engine as the game-ready asset?
Yes. I would check out, depending upon what engine they are trying to do, you can do both the Unreal Engine as well as Unity. There's different ways to be able to do it, but like I was saying before, with your export out process, right? You can export out the geometry, the textures, right, and then load that into your game engine with the height map or the actual geometry, and then like, yes, like it's definitely possible. Like that, I have two different tutorials here on how to do it, both in Unity as well as the Unreal Engine. So both of those are completely possible.
Nice. I have one here from Scott. How optimized is this tool for stylized terrain compared to realistic?
This tool is probably pretty optimized for doing a realistic style. However, like you can go through and do stylized stuff both with Substance Designer as well as Gaea. It really kind of depends on the style that you're kind of going for. I would probably say, like, if you're trying to do something that's like a stylized terrain, stylized environment. Like, are you like? It really just depends on the kind of style which you're going for, right? Are you trying to go for something that's like I don't know, like Diablo? Are you going with something that's like Ghibli? Like, now, like this is obviously like the actual more the building than the actual like terrain here. But it's a matter of getting all of the stylized part together. And actually, I actually did a full-on talk about this last time, actually. So where's my talks? Okay. So if you go to the IG, or sorry, if you go to the YouTube UMC Club YouTube here and go to one of these links here, this will actually go through that like whole process. I think the stylized book tutorial actually will be more of what you're looking for. So with this, I went through that whole process here.
Cool. I was actually really interested in that as well. That was a good question.
Yeah. That tutorial is free. It's like 5 hours worth of content. If you look at the video description, you can download the parts here. So like I went through that whole process there.
Nice. There's another question from Wilfred on YouTube. They ask, how would this appear in Unreal Engine 5? Would it be more detailed?
Yes. Yeah. Like again, you can do Gaea to Unreal Engine 5. That's totally possible. When you bring in your geometry, it's going to be just like one little section, right? And so you kind of have to think about, you can bring in your Gaea geometry as a shortcut, right? So like this you can get as like a kind of like stepping stone, right? You can go back into like Unreal Engine and like sculpt over top of this in the game engine. So you can use this as a basis and then sculpt over top of it to be like, okay, in this one little section, I want to have like a house, right? And you can like sculpt it to be flat and then build your house on top of it, right? And you can then like have a quest to go to the other side, right? Which you have to traverse your little mountain to get to find the castle or something, right? It's definitely possible to like do that in the game engine.
Awesome. Another question from Wilfred. For character artists, how would you recommend attacking environments?
As a character artist? That's like two separate disciplines, but okay, so as a character artist trying to do environments, you could like partner up with someone to do separation of tasks. Like, hey, like I'm going to do characters. Can you do a environment for me? That's probably what I would suggest because it's kind of two separate disciplines. However, if you're trying to do environments, but you don't want to necessarily learn the skills to be able to make the assets, I would just go on to Megascans and do it in the Unreal Engine and use all this free content. Like you go into like your 3D assets, and then you can be like, okay, like let me get some rocks, let me get some buildings, let me get some plants, and like I can make my environment from a library of pre-made stuff, and I don't have to make it myself. That's probably like the most like efficient way to do it without learning the skills.
Nice, that's useful. A question from Scott on Discord: how common is Gaea as a tool for 3D art for both indie and AAA?
I would say that the industry standard is more World Machine, but the thing is that World Machine is dated. World Machine is probably like almost 10 years old at this point. And Dax, who created Gaea, used to work at World Machine, and he made his own version of it, and it's free. So, like, it's a powerful competitor to the quote-unquote industry standard, and I feel like Gaea is a better product than World Machine, but that's my opinion. Granted, the workflows are pretty similar in terms of being able to create geometry either in World Machine or in Gaea. I would say that there are a lot of different ways to be able to create terrain. Not only with Gaea, but I would have a question as to what kind of game they are making, because the kind of game that you're making will kind of determine what kind of terrain you need. If you're making a third-person game, right, or a platformer, or a MMO, or a shooter, or RTS, or like there's a lot of different questions that I would need to ask.
Gotcha. Awesome. I had a last question, or not
Sure.
a last question, in case anyone else had any more. But there's a lot of links in the presentation. Do you have this available somewhere for people
Yes,
to
I
check out?
have posted this presentation in the presenter showcase, and I'll also probably like share this like with the club as well. Like this is all free info, and it's through the YouTube eventually. So yeah, like I'm glad I could help.
Awesome. I don't think I have access, so that might be something.
Okay, I'll make sure that this is open to everyone eventually.
Okay, cool. Was there any other questions for Ryan from YouTube or Discord? We can give it a moment because YouTube is a little behind.
One just came in.
Oh, okay, cool. Is the workflow of these tools comparable to other popular tools such as Blender?
So Blender is a very powerful tool that is a modeling tool / animation tool / it can pretty much do everything. In terms of like terrain in Blender, it's probably possible because it also has node-based shader stuff. So it might be possible to be able to make textures like you are in Substance Designer. And you can probably do like some terrain kind of stuff in Blender. I just haven't tried. Because like I mostly am using like 3ds Max and Substance Painter and Designer for most of my stuff with my work. So like I have my own workflow if I'm doing stuff for work. Now I haven't quite used Gaea per se in the current game that I'm working on. because Oxide has its own proprietary way of doing terrain. They don't quite do it this way. They do it a slightly different way, and it's very complex, and I can't really talk about it. But a Gaea terrain or a World Machine terrain is essentially a glorified height map. It is a texture that is displacing the geometry in your game engine. So you could create your height terrain in Photoshop if you wanted to, and import that into your game engine. That's totally possible. The thing that Gaea or World Machine is doing is giving you a shortcut to creating the height terrain quickly. Like, I could go in, press new, and then bam, give me a random mountain, right? And I could then not do anything from this and export this and get it into game engine, right? It's very simple to be able to do a new random seed and give me a different mountain, right? And then get that into the game engine. The thing with Gaea is that it's rapid prototyping, and being able to generate stuff quickly versus doing it in a different tool. Like that's the advantage of using Gaea, essentially.
Awesome. I think it's about 12 p.m. now, so thank you very much, Ryan, for your presentation.
Thank you all for having me. I wish everybody good luck, and I'll probably be on later to answer any further questions. If people have questions about any of my other art, or if they want to ask questions about the game industry or my work at Oxide, or like mentoring or teaching, just let me know.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure. I guess next up we have David Gurley with
All right.
other things as well that I wanted to make sure that I hit on. So I can go ahead and share screen real quick. Make sure it's set up to present. From what I believe. In addition to that, a note is I welcome questions to interrupt the presentation effectively at any time instead of being held for the end. Any questions that you guys have will be more relevant to you than any material that I've prepared ahead of time. So please feel free when I'm finished speaking to just ask a question, at an appropriate time of silence. I'm David Gurley. I have worked at Firaxis Games since 2013. I started off there as a tools programming intern. I then helped develop the tools for Civ 6. I worked on an unannounced project for about 18 months. I went back to working on the tools on Civ 6. And then I became a designer, gameplay programmer on the new Midnight Suns title that will be released later this year. And before I got into the gaming industry, I was a medical device programmer at a company called BTE. And that's relevant because it will be one of the important lessons that I think should be worth sharing. And that first lesson is nothing you learn is wasted on game development. As Ryan had mentioned, game development is a multidisciplinary industry where it takes a variety of people with a variety of backgrounds and skills to come together to make games. The teams of 300 at Naughty Dog, he said, they're becoming more common as the industry consolidates. So you have these people with a variety of backgrounds and specialties, and all of that is valuable when coming into the game industry. The next really important thing that I've learned is to remember your why. Like, you could be making or using your talents for any other field, and you're choosing to want to make video games. Now, my why is, as a kid, I'm sure like most of you, I love video games growing up. They gave me a safe space to explore the world and to learn about different ideas and cultures. You get to see these faraway places that you could never visit because they don't exist, and really stretch your imagination and your experiences by playing games. And I wanted to create those experiences for other people. So that was why I ended up getting into the gaming industry. I initially started off at UMBC as a psych major because another thing is I really like to understand how people work and like why people do the things they do. But when I first started, I joined in 2007. That was the year that the comp sci program added the game development track, and I felt like I would have been letting down my 5-year-old self, that child in me, if I didn't switch majors to computer science and make video games, because that's what I always wanted to do, because I wanted to bring that joy to people. My journey into the industry was based on a lot of luck, honestly. I was not a particularly good student. My study skills were lacking. It took me 7 years to graduate. But throughout that journey, I had gotten an internship at BTE to work on medical devices. I started off as a test engineer, and then eventually became a programmer. And due to failing the graphics class the first time with Mark Alano, I had the opportunity to take it with Josh Barzak, who just so happened to be the graphics lead at Firaxis at the time. And he was looking for interns after that semester. And that was my in, right? So like, because of this circuitous journey that I took to get there, which would look like a lack of success initially, I was able to get my in into the industry. So I left my full-time job as an engineer at BTE to become a tools intern at Firaxis. And it was, again, for that why, right? Like, I could stay on here making medical devices and working on software for that, but would that 5-year-old in me like really be happy with that choice? And so I took the plunge, and fortunately it worked out for me. It doesn't always work out, and it's important to acknowledge that, because even if it doesn't work out initially, it doesn't mean that was a wasted opportunity, and that it might work out again in the future, right? Like, persistence is very important when you're trying to break into the industry. That and networking and connections, like Ryan had mentioned. So I started working on tools on Civilization 6, Sid Meier's, and this was not what I wanted to be doing. I wanted to be making games. I didn't want to be making tools for other people to be making games, but it was like that one step closer to making games than, being in the medical device industry was. And I'd spent 3.5 years at Firaxis doing this. for Civilization 6, and then starting for some of the expansion packs. And there were some hard times in this development cycle as well. The Firaxis as a company, particularly on the Civilization team, is known to run pretty lean. A lot of things are done procedurally, so we don't have a massive staff on it. There was a point of time in the development cycle where I was the only tools engineer trying to service 40 artists. And that was not the easiest thing to do, and at times very overwhelming. To the point where, like, you know, I would sleep at the office occasionally, or I'd come in over the weekends or work till midnight. And it's because things had to get done, and there was no one else to do them. But this was not sustainable, right? Like, you can't sleep at the office every day, you know, for weeks, months, or years, and you can't work overtime for weeks, months, or years, and still do your job effectively, because doing so requires you to be rested. Like engineering, art, writing, managing people, any of the skills that you have to do, or the tasks that are required in the game industry, require people to be fresh and rested. You can't be creative without that. So the big lesson that I took away from working on the tools team of Civ 6 was learn when to ask for help. When you're hired by a studio to do something, typically that hiring process is competitive, and they chose you because they believe that you could do it. That doesn't mean they believed you could do all of it right now without help. So I identified that I was in over my head. I didn't know how to prioritize everything competing for my attention. You know, you have bugs that are crashing the tools when your artists are working very hard and trying to get things done. So you end up, you know, you check in a bug despite your best efforts. The tools crash after someone's working a long weekend, and then you cost that person a weekend of overtime because of a mistake you made, right? So that happens one time and you're like, okay, I need help. You know, I don't want this to happen again. And typically that will be receptive, right? Like, okay, if you need help, it's important to learn when to ask for that and to whom to ask. Eventually, you know, the tools shipped alongside the game and everything worked out fine, the way it always seems to. But that was a really important lesson for me to learn, because I expected, you know, I have to do this. You know, I'm a junior. I have to prove my worth to the company. I have to make sure I don't make any mistakes, and that was causing me to make those mistakes. So I continued doing that until another opportunity arose, also at Firaxis, fortunately for me, to move on to systems engineering, which is a little bit closer to making games than tools engineering. And this way, I'm at least working on the code that goes into the game engine instead of the tools for the artists for the content they create. And so for me, that was a step in the right direction. And I found that even though it was moving in the right direction career-wise, I did not like that role, right? I tend to want to have a specific quantity of things that I'm working on, like implementing a certain feature, and certain roles are more reactive. At the same time, it didn't help that the game that we were working on, for lack of a better word, it kind of sucked at the time, right? Like, and this is something that I didn't expect, and I've learned a lot since then. But when you're working on games that are in production and aren't done yet, they're not very fun. So I was like, okay, well, I can do better than this. I have to take it upon myself to make the game better. And I had talked to the directors, and I ended up getting a gameplay programming role, which was much closer to what I wanted to be doing, which is implementing, designing and implementing game features. And over time, the game was getting more and more fun, which I also have learned tends to happen as you figure out what the game's going to be, and you smooth out some of the rough edges. You get to points in the game development cycle where you can kind of see what the end result of the game is going to look like. So things were chugging along. It was probably one of the most fun teams I've worked on. Morale overall was pretty good. And then about 9 months into that role, that project got canceled. And that was like devastating, right? It happens a lot at other studios, and I was insulated from this by working at Firaxis, but a lot of games that are started don't ship. And sometimes there's nothing you can do about this, right? Like I took it very personally that the game that I was working on got canceled, and what could I do? What could I have done differently? And through introspection and talking with other people, it's like nothing, right? Like you pour your heart and soul into these projects, and sometimes they just don't work out. That doesn't mean that time was wasted in the development effort, because you had an opportunity to grow as a developer while making it. And hopefully the company did as well, with lessons learned. But it's uncommon to have every game that you work on be shipped, and so that's just something that if you end up getting into the industry, to prepare yourself for. Even hearing it, like it'll probably be more of a gut punch when it happens, but just knowing that it's likely inevitable. That's at some point in time something you love is going to get thrown away. And I wish I had known that when I had gotten into the industry, just so that I could have maybe prepared myself for it a little bit better. We were fortunate at the time to only have to let go 6 people, but that's still 6 people that had to get let go when the project was canceled. It's, you hear stories frequently of projects getting canceled and studios shutting down. And it's a pretty common occurrence in the industry. The average career length for a developer at any given studio is about 2.5 years, between either shipping a game and moving on or the project getting canceled. So it tends to be rare to find that stability in the industry. Some places have it. Hopefully, with some lessons that we're learning as an industry, we're moving more in that direction of stability. But chasing blockbusters and getting that exponential return on investment is something that investors want, and so that means they have to take chances on risky projects that will occasionally fail. After this happened, and I was on this project, and it was so cool, and I was like doing what I wanted to do finally, and I got to actually make games. I got pushed back onto tools on Civ 6, and at this point, I was like, man, it took me so long to escape this. This is not something that I want to be spending my time doing. I might just leave the industry, which is also a pretty common feeling. And it happens fairly often because of how demanding the industry can be. Is this job's not for me, man. I got to go. And when that happened, it was important for me to, again, remember my why, right? Like, why did I get here in the first place? Why am I doing this instead of anything else I could be spending my talents on? So this is one of that remembering your why. It's a really important strategy foundation pillar for when things get tough in the industry, because they do. And just that core value of pushing forward, it's important. So I stuck it out. I worked on tools on Civ 6 for 6 months when an opportunity presented itself to join the Midnight Suns team as a designer, gameplay programmer. And I had no professional design experience prior to this. I had done some hobby game design on a MUD from the 1990s, which gave me the confidence to apply. So I went for it and I got it. And I was like, yes, this is great. Awesome. It's exactly what I want to be doing. I finally get to be a person who decides what goes into the game. And it was exactly what I'd asked for. I had so much fun at first when I came into this role on the Midnight Suns. And they have a really common development cycle where so in the industry there are things that are called milestones, and a game typically goes through a few of these. Like it has to get greenlit, which means the game gets approved to get made. Sometimes there's like a first playable or vertical slice, which is you take a stack of the game and you can evaluate like a single instance or like level of that game from end to end. And horizontal slices, like you can evaluate all parts of the game just a little bit. And then you get into feature complete and content complete, which is the game. All of the game's features are implemented, but the content's not there. All the content exists. And then eventually after that, you go to lockdown and you ship the game. And this is a pretty common cycle for game development. So on the Midnight Suns project and on other projects as well, typically work would come in as a kind of boom and bust cycle where you push really, really hard leading up to a milestone in the last few weeks of it. And then you kind of take your foot off the gas and you reset and you start over again. You maybe take 2 weeks, not off, but like not working to full capacity to see what has to get done. And then you jump back in. Midnight Suns has had the fun development experience of pushing really hard without having that reset in the middle. It was probably been the toughest project that I've worked on professionally. And it kind of required digging deep again as to like, why am I doing this? Where there's 15 months of super sustained effort working towards something without really getting a chance to catch your breath. And that type of thing is not sustainable. And it was like we were in this cycle of pushing really hard and pushing really hard and pushing really hard. So I went back to one of my earlier lessons that I was asking for help. I talked to a director like, hey, this game right now, I had forgotten that games get better. This game kind of sucks. I'm exhausted and burnt out. And I don't know if I can finish this, right? Like it's too overwhelming to think about doing this for 2 more years or however long it happened to be at the time of working at that cadence. And I was introduced to the concept of the pit of despair, which was one of the original ideas I was going to name this talk. And that is the process or the point from every game development cycle where it looks like, I don't know how this game is going to ship. Like, how are we going to get this done? How am I going to get this done and not lose my mind going through it, because it's just become such a grind. And my director very, poignantly reminded me that all those big picture things, unless you're a producer, like, the big picture of the game is not your responsibility. Your responsibility is to do your job, right? Like, I was freaking out that we weren't going to hit our milestones, that the project wasn't going to do well, that the game wasn't fun. I mean, some of this was personal for me, right? Like, vertical slice is the milestone that determines whether or not you can really like make the game, and feature complete tends to be the milestone that determines whether or not you can finish the game. And our feature complete date had lined up with the birth of my first child, so I was like, "Oh my god, what am I going to do? I have to crunch really hard so that I can't crunch, when my wife's going to be going to the hospital. What if I get laid off or the project gets canceled right after my kid's born?" Like, and all of that type of thinking, of that catastrophizing, is not helpful in actually getting the game across the finish line. One of the most harmful things that I did was commiserate with other people that were going through the same thing of like, how is this going to get done? Doing your job and trying to like keep your head down, stay focused, and being positive is literally the best and maybe the only way to get through those really, really hard parts in the game development cycle, where it doesn't look like there's an end in sight, and you're exhausted. The other part of that, of doing your job, is setting boundaries. No company that you work for is entitled to your time. Like, they're paying you to do a service for them, and you get to kind of dictate how much you're willing to put in. The game industry as a whole has a little bit of a problem that you tend to find a lot of people that are very, very passionate about making games. It's hard. It's a hard field to get into. For at least for engineers, it tends to pay less than other fields and other paths that they could take. But they choose to take less money because it's something they care about and they really want to do. They have that creative drive. And so you get a whole lot of passionate different people that want to make great games together. And it's very easy, particularly in the short term, to lose sight of what the human cost is, both personally to them, and the cost of the game in the long run of running on empty for months. So the way you can be most effective at your job is by setting boundaries, stopping work after you finished your time and you feel like you can't go anymore, taking vacations, so you can come back rested and refreshed to keep doing your job. Because ultimately, you have to do this forever, right? Or at least till the game ships, right? But like, you have to find a pace that you can run at indefinitely, because schedules change, or they slip, or they get advanced. And if you don't keep working at a consistent pace, you may end up in a position where you've just exhausted yourself trying to hit a milestone that moved, and then you have no energy left to keep doing it again and again and again. So remembering that, like, I wouldn't advise working on any given day as if it's like the last day or week or month you have, even if the project has a date there, because even after release now, we have day zero patches, we have DLC. The industry has moved in a direction where we don't have these like gold releases that we push out and then everyone can kind of catch their breath. It's constant work all the time. And it's taking some time for the industry to catch up on how to actually do that in a way that doesn't burn out its employees. So those were my like some of the big things that I picked up so far as like work habits and ways to, you know, keep your head above water when things get tough. I know the tenor of the talk has been a little more on the hard parts, so I want to emphasize and acknowledge that like making games is a lot of fun. It is, if you choose to do so, it's a really cool way to spend your time. I look forward to going to work every day. I don't have a case of the Mondays, and you know, as a lot of people have dreamed of making games since a kid, like living your dream it's really cool to do that. So even though it comes with a lot of hard things, I wouldn't trade it in for another career, unless like situations change dramatically. I do have a couple more like broad things, but I wanted to stop to see if there were any questions that were asked up to this point, or if anyone has any questions right now.
There was one earlier on Discord that mentioned or talked about when you mentioned your time at UMBC. They asked, I'm having difficulties with higher level computer science classes because of my weakness with studying and time management. I could possibly do better if I solely focused on my classes instead of doing extracurricular activities and game dev on my own time. But I'm not happy in just focusing on classes. Do you have any advice?
Yes. So if you are, it's tough, right? Because like you're paying for an education. That degree carries a lot of value in other in places outside of game dev, and as game dev as well. So getting a degree in computer science opens up things in banking and the defense industry and power companies, and like everywhere, like pretty much every company now, every major company is hiring software developers. So having that degree it's important. But at the same time, like I was in the 7-year plan. I took a semester off of college to switch to working full time at BTE because I'm like, yeah, I'll just finish later, you know. And then I decided that was a terrible idea, so I finished the last couple of years part time. But I'd recommend, you know, trying to do what it takes to finish that degree. And I don't know your financial situation or like how feasible it would be to stretch out your time at college. But maybe it makes sense to go part-time and to spend some of your time working, like more time working on things that actually excite you and give you passion. And maybe for the classes that give you that you struggle with, try finding the concepts in them that apply to video games and like maybe teach yourself that way. I will say that having a degree is valuable when getting into the game industry, but it's not as valuable as being able to make games. They're like different skills. Computer science teaches you a lot of fundamentals that can be important depending on what part of game development you're doing, but there's like nothing that you can't bootstrap on the fly if you don't need to. I have learned so much more in the workplace than I ever learned at university. Not that my education at UMBC wasn't valuable. It absolutely was. I feel like in a lot of ways it's given me a competitive advantage over my peers because of how rigorous the UMBC comp sci program is. It's one of the hardest ones in the nation, and I don't know if, you know, outside of that building, like you hear that often, but like graduating with a degree from comp sci at UMBC is hard. So maybe it takes longer. Maybe your journey takes longer than somebody else's. That's not necessarily a bad thing. So learn as you're spending your time doing things that are valuable to you. I hope that answers your question.
Awesome. There's another question on. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I was about to ask if there was any other questions.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's a question from Scott on Discord. What are some tips to maximize your stability at a company and more broadly in the industry?
Okay, so some of this is for maximizing stability. One of the most at a particular company, but more broadly, is it's if you've ever read The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, he refers to it as sharpening the saw. And if you haven't read that book, I highly recommend it. But it's constantly working on your skills. So whenever you get a job in the game industry, like your first job, you will not know what you need to do to do all your tasks. At least I didn't. I was a tools intern. I didn't know what a mesh was. I didn't know what a skeleton was. They were talking about all this animation and like all this jargon that was way over my head because my background was in medical device programming. One of the things that I did that allowed me to turn that internship into a job was every week we'd have an engineering meeting, and I found a way to make myself useful. I started taking notes. Now, selfishly, I took the notes because I was falling asleep during the meetings, right? I had no idea what they were talking about. This was like way beyond me at the time. So I took notes so I'd have them so I could look up and fill my knowledge gaps. But then I realized, oh, well, I'm sure other people would find the notes useful too. So I sent them out. And when they brought me on as a full-time employee, they mentioned, oh, you're a team player. You went above and beyond and you took notes during a meeting when nobody else was doing it. And later I told them why, and they laughed at me. But just like finding ways to be useful to the team, even if it's not directly related to your job or primary responsibilities, that's one thing. And the other one is continuing to learn, right? And having a growth mindset will help you in any field, in any industry. But I think it's really important in the industry like game dev because of how much of our work is based off pushing boundaries and doing things that no one's done before. So learning about the latest techniques and trends will make it easier to do those things. As an engineer, specifically like learning C++ and the modern variations of that can help you. And also like learning how these things get optimized. The other really, really important piece of advice I have for maintaining stability is building relationships, because even if you get let go at one studio, chances are you won't be let go in isolation. So they'll probably let go with other people. And there's also a pretty good chance that other people from your studio that you've worked with before have left and are working at different studios in the area. So in the games industry, it's not that big, and we tend to value hiring people that already have experience. So if you know, like if you worked with a dev who's now a different company, and you like hit them up like, oh, hey, I lost my job, you have a much better chance of being hired there than someone that did not have that previous connection. So networking is so important, and a lot of this happens naturally just by working with your team. Now, for stability within a studio, picking stable studios is it's something that I'd recommend if that's important to you. Right now, like Firaxis has a pretty strong history of being stable. ZeniMax Online Studios in Maryland, they're like right down the street from Firaxis. They're also a very stable studio. It was looking a little hairy right after ESO came out, and then they went free to play and put it on consoles and started printing money. So they're going to be around for a while. I don't foresee anything happening to Firaxis in the near future. So that's a start. There are some other indie studios in the area that have been around for a while that are pretty well funded, but small scale studios, because there is a difference between like pure indie development and working at non AAA studios. The risk does tend to be higher there, but sometimes the rewards are as well. So it's like you kind of picking what your risk tolerance is. Anything else?
I do not see any other questions at this time, but I guess I had a quick one. You just answered it actually. Firaxis is pretty stable. Good. Okay. Then no questions.
Speaking of which, we are probably going to be hiring like, I don't know, a lot of people soon. We're working on updating our website. I know Ryan posted the one for Oxide with their career page. The Firaxis career page is also woefully outdated, but now is a pretty good time to be getting into the industry because a lot of studios in the area are trying to hire up. So it's a strong window for employment, just as a general sense. I'd recommend reaching out to studios, BitReactor, Firaxis, Oxide, ZeniMax Online. There's Big Huge Games up in Timonium. There's Sparky Pants down in Baltimore. If you want to go a little further down, there's Bethesda down by DC. And just emailing the company or their HR person and like asking what they have, sending a resume, sending a cover letter. Persistent. If you don't have an industry connection, being persistent is a pretty good way to get noticed. Okay, so I will go to next slide, which I'm called other. Oh, I forgot. So I'll do this and then I'll talk about upcoming trends. I forgot to add that slide. So sharpen the saw, I already mentioned in response to a question. That's the idea of constantly improving your skills. So that way, you're never outdated. There's another saying that I like is if you're not green, you're gray. If you're not growing, then you're going to get left behind. So constantly growing and adapting to changing situations and changing technologies is important. In some ways, the game industry is a little more conservative with adopting new technology because of how cross-platform a lot of games are becoming to be. So they might be like, using C++ as an example, the C++ 20 standard's been out for a couple years, and C++ 23 is coming out next year. Most games that are shipping like this year are probably still using C++ 17 at the latest because they want to let time for best practices to settle in because of how performance driven the industry is. This is people come first. Everyone's a customer. Again, about making connections. It's really important to talk to like some people, and this doesn't necessarily mean socializing. I've gone to maybe like 4 work happy hours. I'm pretty introverted. I'm shy. I tend not to like engage people more than I have to, and I view work as a job. But if you view all your coworkers as potential customers, that it's your duty to serve while also doing your job, that goes a long way in fostering those relationships. And some like Firaxis, we had before the pandemic, we had yoga classes and we had chances to go work out on Tuesday and Thursday. And if you go there and you see who else is there, that can also give you a chance to make connections you might not otherwise make. So I was able to get closer with the company president and some different directors because we happened to work out together. So look for those opportunities to bump elbows with higher ups, just because it makes you like, if there's ever a point in time in the future, and this is me crossing my fingers, like they know who I am now because they talk to me, that like my name won't be on that list of someone that gets let go. And of course, I'm not saying that my interactions with them were strategic in the nature, like that's not the reason that I did this, but it's a side effect of what happens when you spend time with people is, once they know a face, it's a lot harder to let that person go. And a really, really important point that I don't know how often it gets hammered home is salary negotiation. So salaries in the industry, particularly entry-level salaries, tend to lag those of other industries. As a junior developer coming out of college, you don't have a whole lot of negotiation power. You have some, particularly if they like you, but and I'm not saying take their first offer, but your negotiation power doesn't necessarily start that strong. But after a couple of years, I recommend negotiating, if not every raise, every other raise you get. I don't know exactly how other studios work. Firaxis has a annual review cycle where you get a percentage raise. I have negotiated at least every other raise and sometimes every raise cycle, and it's made a significant difference on my compensation. So like, don't be afraid to ask for more money, and don't be afraid to ask for what you're worth. It's important to try to back up that data with what you're asking for. And there are there's a book that I read that I wish I had a link for. It was like Fearless Negotiation or something. I'll try to find it and I'll send it to the Slack. But it gives you really concrete advice about how to negotiate salary raises. And I mean, I used it and I got a 20% bump. So negotiating is like really, really important. Unfortunately, not on the slide, but I meant to. I also have some notes about upcoming industry trends. These are things that I expect to be happening in the future. One is moving to more things using the games as a service model, like Fortnite, and there's tons of mobile games like this now where you release a product and then every month or 2 months, there's another release and another cycle and another cycle. And as the industry moves in this direction, it becomes even more important as developers to learn how to set strong boundaries so that way you're not burnt out because every month or two you're delivering something. This is the amount of money that microtransactions and DLC brings in compared to box releases. It's ridiculous. So it makes sense for the industry to move in this way financially for its lifeblood, but it does require a lot of people making games right now were also making games 20 years ago when the production models were very different. So there's some cultural friction in adapting to the new realities of the game industry that hopefully, as a whole, we're starting to resolve. A perk from the pandemic is that remote work has become much more acceptable. A lot of places weren't super about remote work. And as someone who's done both, like I prefer being in the office, and I do feel like there's a big benefit to working in the same space as your coworkers. But there's also, remote work gives you chances to work at other studios and to find talent from across the country and the world. And since remote work is becoming more accessible and more acceptable, this means the sting of a studio shutting down isn't necessarily going to be as bad as it used to be, because before you'd have to move across the country sometimes to find a new job. Now you can probably stay where you are and work remotely, or at least have the chance to, and then maybe you relocate if it works out. That's been a positive trend for the industry that's come since the pandemic forced everyone to do it in the first place. And there's likely, I guess, because of how inherently unstable game development is and how hit-driven the industry is, we're likely to see more and more studio consolidations where bigger studios buy out smaller studios just so that they have the capital to deliver big hits. Like, I don't know, GTA 5 cost something astronomical, like $250 million to make, but it brought in $1 billion on like very early on in its sales cycle. So they were able to do that because they're a big studio. And that's what that's what investors are chasing. So they're chasing like either these massive AAA titles that have a really big return on investment, or the game as a service, but also with bigger teams, you can get that continuous return. So that may lead to more stability overall in the industry. But whenever there's corporate consolidation anywhere, it also tends to depress salaries. So just, this is me rubbing my crystal ball, looking into the future. Something to be mindful of going forward is like the industry might condense a little bit. And this would mean that if you were working at an indie studio, there's a chance that studio gets bought up, which could be also fruitful. So it's, just something to think about. Were there any other questions?
Yeah, there are a few. We have one on Discord that asks, if I had no previous experience in the game industry in a job, could I still get hired?
So my yes, coming out of college, you can get hired. Typically, right out of college, from what I've seen, we start with internships, but there have been a couple of people recently that have been hired straight to junior positions with no experience. If you want to stack the deck in your favor to getting hired, I recommend working on games on the side, either through making mods or writing or whatever is, or your portfolio based on whatever is applicable to your skill set. And the other thing is, you might not, if you can't find a job in the industry immediately, finding a job that uses and showcases and improves your skills in a different industry and then jumping industries is also always an option. Now, doing that, you'll likely take a pay cut at first because the lack of specific industry experience will increase the risk of that hire, and therefore executives will use that to justify paying you less. But if you have that previous experience, you should be able to accelerate your career faster than someone that did not have that outside work experience. So it should only be like a temporary pay reduction. It shouldn't affect your pay long term.
Very useful. We have one from Rick on Discord who asks, as a developer at a AAA studio who's been forced to wear many development hats for longer than you'd prefer, what are your thoughts about operating with multiple hats in smaller studios? Would you prefer to have practiced development in the broader context, or do you like specializing?
I like that question. So, my previous experience at BTE, I was an engineer on a team of 4 people. So, I had to wear a lot of hats in that role, and I guess I haven't been forced to do it at Firaxis. A lot of the career switches that I've made have been things that I've asked to do. There's a lot of value to being able to work on something from beginning to end, like full stack, and therefore wearing multiple hats. Like sometimes, as a designer, you want to see what something feels like in game. And in order for that to happen, you need a programmer to get eyes on it, and an artist has to get to it, and a UI person has to get to it, and like maybe 3 months, you design something, and 3 months will pass, and then you can play with it. And that at that point, you're like, what was I even doing, right? So in some cases, specializing can be very painful because you lose agency in the final product. But it does mean you get to focus. Like if you're able to specialize in the type of work that you really enjoy, that can be a benefit because then you get to work on the thing you love doing every day. Since working on Midnight Suns as a designer or gameplay programmer, I have since moved back to just gameplay engineering because I found that I did not like design as much as I thought I would. I got everything I asked for, and man, I was not ready. Designing content is very hard to do, at least for me. So I prefer a more specialized hat, but maybe like as an engineer plus mentoring people. And I think it would depend on like your skills and what you enjoy doing, whether you enjoy doing the same thing more or less every day, or if you enjoy kind of changing it up. So it's a very personal answer. But for me, I like the specialization.
Interesting. Here's a question here from me. How big do you usually go each race cycle? Like on average, maybe? Like when you're negotiating.
Okay. So I want to look at what other engineers are making in the area, and sometimes that involves asking. Like, I was fortunate that one of my coworkers would constantly ask me how much money I was making, and he was like, "Oh, you're making that? Well, I just got a raise. You should push for one too." And this, like, when I found that he was making more than me, I was livid. I'm like, man, this guy can't hold. I said some crude things because I was very confident in my abilities and felt like if he's making that much money, I should be making more. But when it comes to pushing for raises, I think like after 3 years in the industry, if you were to leave, you could probably bump your salary by 40%. So after that 3-year period, I would push for at least 20%. If you haven't gotten solid raises up to that point. I will say I've been at Firaxis for about going to be 9 years, and my average raise over the past 9 years, looking at everything together, has been 10% per year, which is aggressive. But going from a junior to senior, particularly in the engineering role, it's certainly possible. And I was especially aggressive the past 3 years and was able to increase my salary by 50% in the past 3 years. So some of that is due to market trends right now, where there aren't enough developers to fill positions, and competition for devs is super tight right now. So it's a great time to ask for raises and to negotiate. And part of that was also showing my value to the team over time and being like, hey, if I am willing to interview elsewhere if I don't get a raise effectively. So, and sometimes even coming in with an offer can be a good way to negotiate higher pay. But yeah, I say go big, and the worst thing they can do is say no, right? So, and I've been turned down too. I've asked for more, and they said, well, I can't justify more than this right now. So that's what you're going to get. And I accepted it.
That's super useful. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
We have a question from Scott on Discord. How important is it for developers to follow industry trends? I feel like more often than not, most trends don't last long at all and result in some sort of regretful hindsight.
I'm guessing this is if talking about like game features and like what the game is itself, I would say in general, a lot of marketing execs and big bigs are like, oh, the funny thing from 10 years ago was PC gaming is dead. Everything's going to be mobile now. We're not going to invest in PC games. And then 3 years later, they're like, oh, mobile gaming, why are we doing this? We're going to shut this down because we're making so much money from consoles and PC games. So I think the most important thing about making games is making a game you like to play and including the things in that game that make that game better. And better would be like better for the person you're making the game for. Our publisher, 2K, really encourages its studios to make games that the people at the studio enjoy. And if you start there as your foundation, you can kind of ignore industry trends a little bit. I mean, you don't want to ignore them entirely because there is value in seeing what is working for other people or what's not working, but there's a benefit to sticking to what you know and what you like as well.
Awesome. Scott has another question. As a father, how difficult do you find it to balance your home life and work life, especially considering how big of a workload some developers can have working a studio full time?
Okay, yeah. So this was a struggle. I will say Firaxis was incredibly understanding during COVID. So the timeline that happened is our studio shut down for COVID March 13th, 2020, and my son was born 10 days later, 2024. So he was born in the middle of lockdown. We weren't seeing anybody, so we had no help. He wouldn't sleep at night, which wasn't expecting that. So, my wife and I slept in shifts. So that was like being a parent is, particularly when they're very young, it is exhausting. I have a second child who was also in that period of like not sleeping. I may have slept 8 hours the past 4 days, but it's temporary. So like the good news is eventually that becomes easier. But it was really challenging, like that summer where I was burning out because we weren't using daycare because we were worried about COVID, and we were like splitting time watching the kids, and like trying to work on the laptop with a 4-year-old crying at you is like impossible. And I was never I never got the messaging from other people that I wasn't doing enough. But one of my character flaws is like, no matter how much I do, I never feel like I'm doing enough. So not being able to do what I wanted to be able to do was super stressful and probably contributed to some of the burnout that I felt because I couldn't balance it. Now, moving forward, this is also what taught me how to set strong boundaries, right? Like there are, and I feel like perhaps I'm in the luxurious position of being in the industry for a while now, but I can always move jobs, right? Like I like Firaxis, I want to stay there, but if anything came up, my family comes first. Thankfully, Firaxis is like a very family-focused studio, so it's not that big of a deal. But it depends on how you want to prioritize it. If you say, yeah, I'm working 40 hours a week and I'm not going to do more than that, I have kids, then at least my experience has been that will be respected. Now, that may preclude you from getting leadership positions when your children are very very young. I would not advise trying to go into a leadership position with very young children. You would probably really burn yourself out like crazy. Yeah, so it's a trade-off, but I do feel like I work at a place that respects it. And also, the idea of having kids is very personal for everyone. I will say it is like by far the best decision that I've made. So if you want to get into the industry, don't feel like you can't have kids. Also, I was an idiot. Don't try to plan like the timing of your children around game milestone deliverables, because I tried to do that and then dates changed. So no. I told HR that I was doing that and they asked me if I was crazy. So like really prioritize family over the immediacy of the job, because there will be more games in the future. And even if it's not at a studio you're currently at other studios. I think that's time, but if anyone has any other questions about getting to the industry, handling burnout, work-life balance, getting through college, I mean, like I failed a lot before I finally succeeded. Please feel free to reach out. I really enjoy mentoring other people and making that connection, because I didn't have that when I was in college and I kind of had to figure it out myself. And man, it would have been nice if I had someone that could kind of help me out like that. So I don't know if my email has been sent out broadly, but if not, please do. I am very happy to answer any questions anybody has.
Absolutely. You feel free to post any emails or contact stuff in the presenter showcase if you want people to reach out to you to a specific email. But thank you so much for your presentation.
Of course, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I know that was useful to me personally and definitely useful to a couple of other people here. So thanks.
Very welcome. Enjoy the rest of the day, everybody.
Thank you.
You too. Thank you.
Mhm.
All right. Well, with that, I think we're going to have I guess it's 55-minute intermission for right now for lunch. And then we'll be back with, who's the next person? I can't find the list right now. Tulie. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so Tulie at 2 p.m. So I guess we'll see everyone back in an hour. Thank you. Yes, I am here. All right. I'm right here. Wait, can you not hear me? Oh, oops. Here we go. Sorry. I I was muted. I've been here for like the past 2 minutes. Okay, I am here. Hello. Yes,
Next,
I am
we have
here.
Tulie.
Oh God, I don't want to hear myself. Okay. All right. I don't want to delay because I don't want to like take any more of Tulie's time or whatnot. So, just take it away, and I'll go ahead and stream for you.
Just present my name.
Yes. There you go.
Okay. Oop. Do-do-do-do. Okay. Hello everyone. Hold on, let my hand go for tracking. But yeah, hello everyone. My name is Tulie, and I am a 3D generalist artist. Yeah, and I work with Double Dragon Technology as a 3D generalist artist. So yeah, it's pretty fun. Yeah. So all right. Now I'm going to do a presentation on remote work through and past COVID. Basically, the essence of like, how I got into doing remote work and how I'm actually doing it full time. So let's go ahead. So my background is I'm a UMBC alum. I'm also a VTuber artist now. I make 3D art and like as a VTuber through Twitch, and I also post some of my artwork through Twitter as well, and I'm open for commissions as well. I do modeling, and the thing is that I always use open source software because I am broke. Just like any college student, I am broke. Like, the thing is that I graduated only a couple years ago, like um 2019, right before the pandemic like started. So I was fortunate enough to have a graduation ceremony. But yeah. So when COVID happened, this is my sad face. I lost a few job prospects and I was stuck doing retail, where the thing was that I was working at an auto parts place, not doing my skill set at all. Like, I was trying to make art on the side as much as possible. But it felt like I was in a rut. I tried to teach myself more 3D art on the side as much as possible, and I was honestly at my lowest point, like, ever, other than my mother passing away. But yeah, so, needless to say, when 2020 hit, I almost died, to be, uh, yeah, to be friendly in that word. I'm better now. I take medicine for the stuff that for my depression. So it was really really bad because I had like a couple jobs lined up, and then when COVID happened, it was just like, okay, it felt like everything was stacked against me. Like everything was just going wrong. But then when I was stuck, I reached out to Ryan and also to a friend. So I reached out to a few friends. I would honestly say that they saved me. Ryan basically has served as my mentor, and I am forever grateful for him. I also became friends with Zap King. He actually got me to do a couple of jobs, and he even made this promise to me. Hey, quit your auto parts job right now, and I promise that you will forever work doing what you love doing. And he actually upheld that promise. I wasn't scared to ask for help, because I think that's the thing that I was really scared about, was asking for anything in terms of help. And the condition, like with me working with Zap, was like he wanted to help me as my streaming manager and work manager, where he basically be the one to go, hey yo, would like could you got to do this work, you got to do some more stuff. But yeah, no, Ryan is definitely the GOAT. I am like forever grateful towards him. He basically he and Zap saved me from jumping off a bridge, literally. But yeah. Uh, but the important lesson to take from that is like, hey, if you feel like you are stuck, don't be scared to ask for help. Please reach out. Like reach. Like reach out for help. Like scream to the heavens if you have to. Don't be scared to do that. And in fact, my friend Zap, he is actually open to helping like more artists. Zap is trying to do this as like a full-time job where it's like, oh yeah, I help artists, and he takes like 10%, which is normal actually for managers. So that's something that I've basically gotten. And yeah, Ryan has been helping me as like the GOAT manager. Like he is the GOAT. But yeah, Zap basically offered like, hey, what if you became a VTuber? And we both agreed like, okay, I could start off as like a VTuber doing artistic commissions and whatnot through Twitch and Twitter. So basically I built up like an online presence slowly but surely, with the intent that like, oh hey, I'm basically building up my portfolio. So remember, online presence equals work. That's a really important lesson, because the thing is that people who want to commission you and who want to hire you, they want to be able to see the work that you do. I know that some of you might be very shy or very nervous about doing anything involving like an online presence, but trust me, there are so many people who love just watching someone randomly ramble about their work. It's a very niche market, but it's very rewarding, and having an online presence kind of gives like validity towards your work. You're not just putting yourself out there for nothing. You're putting yourself out there for yourself and also for potentially others to see you. Yeah. So, what I did was I also started to join a couple of Discord servers, and one of the Discord servers I joined was the game dev.
Uh-oh.
Did she accidentally just leave?
There are roughly
Hello?
Oh,
Uh,
hello?
You just
Tulie,
disconnected there.
Yeah, I think you lost your internet and then came back as you stopped streaming entirely.
Oh no. Oh goodness. Am I back?
Yeah, you're back. Like the stream isn't back, but you're alive. Yes. You're fine. I know it's Discord acts very strange. It is perfectly fine. Take your time. Okay, now now you're good now. I should be.
Okay.
There you
Okay, where was I?
go.
I think you just started on the slide.
Yeah.
Just started on this slide?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, continue.
Okay, so I joined the Game Dev League, which is honestly the largest Discord server with game dev opportunities. It has roughly close to over 60,000 members. Yes, 60000. Like, it's a lot. I with this slide, I've actually posted the link. So if there are other people who want to be able to join, the Discord is specific to you finding work and also hiring for work. You can also find groups that like, oh hey, I just want to make a game for free or like for paid work. This has honestly been like the biggest boom. Just joining this Discord server. Now I will give some caution. A lot of the time that they post, there's a lot of 18 plus content there, but that's kind of part of the thing that I needed to learn was to be a little bit more comfortable outside of what I deemed comfortable. So I also had to be very careful with what I was allowed to stream in terms of work. Obviously don't stream NDA stuff. Please do not do that. That is not good. But also I had to be very careful even with 18 plus content that I had to stream, where I would just stream just above the head of the character models that I would be making, and nothing below. I'd be very careful with the camera. Whenever I was streaming any of my work, doing the game dev stuff that I was hired for 18 plus work. So, yeah. I also had to learn to know, like, I learned where the work was. When the pandemic hit, a lot of people were turning to VR chat and VTubing. There are so many furries, I just want to point that out there. Like, so many furries. And they pay very well, actually. I also did, like, making custom avatars, 3D models for anyone who wanted to commission me for those pieces was highly rewarding because I wanted to put myself out there as a character artist. But I also wanted to get out of my comfort zone where it's like, oh, hey, I've never done an anthro character before, but now I can. So I was able to stream my process in how I made the avatars, but also I was able to broaden my skill set and get a good earning along the way doing that. VR chat admittedly has sort of dried up a little bit recently because it seems like VR chat is kind of wishy-washy a little bit sometimes, but VTubing has been very successful. There are plenty of people who want to have a VTubing avatar, just like I have one set up. Yeah. So that's been rewarding. And then, through Zap, and also through the Game Dev League Discord, I was able to find work as an animator for the hit indie game Try to Fall Asleep. I animated and rigged this entire sequence. Yeah. But yeah, it's a cutscene that I basically made. Like I rigged the character from not scratch per se, but I used only open source tools like Blender and AutoRig Pro. AutoRig Pro is an add-on that you use within Blender to do automatic rigging. So that was something that I did. And then I also became the 3D generalist for the Villain Simulator. If you look this game up, please do this in incognito mode. Okay. I basically had to go outside of my comfort zone, like a little bit more because I wasn't used to doing this kind of work. I was okay, like, okay, the furry artwork, okay, I can get by, but then when it came to a little bit more 18 plus content, I was a little bit nervous, but the thing was that it wasn't, once you got over the slight discomfort of it, it was actually very rewarding because I got to be like a character artist and 3D generalist for some of the characters. And I got to use a bit more software outside of Blender. But what was important was that I didn't go against my values and ethics. I think that's an important thing to go by. Don't do anything illegal. That's the biggest takeaway as well. I'm okay with you. It's okay to go out of your comfort zone, but don't do it to the detriment of your well-being. What else? Oh, and through my online presence, I actually am now a full-time 3D generalist for the game called Cornucopias, which is a play-to-earn game that's currently in development. But yeah, I'm allowed to show off this. Yeah. Let me show off, like, some of the work.
Did she crash again?
Think.
Did
Hello.
Discord cut out again?
Yeah, it
Yes.
did. Unfortunately, it's fine. You can take your time. It's not bad. It's just unfortunate.
I hate that it keeps doing that. Okay. Where did it stop?
Uh,
I
maybe
think the
like
video was just near the end.
yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, so let me go back to slideshow. So, yeah, I'm now a full-time 3D generalist for the game that's currently in production, and it's actually been very rewarding. Like, every day I get to wake up using open source software. Like, that's another thing that has been noticed and noted is that ever since the uh, pandemic started, a lot more opportunities got more broadened and open for people using free and open source software, because it's like, okay, if you're in a company and you're paying for this amount of this amount for subscription services, but the employees can't come to the office to use those subscription services, what do you think is gonna happen? They're obviously gonna turn to the free alternative version. So that's been something that's kind of happened. Yeah. That's the big takeaway. Is I did a lot of side. So to recap, and I'm sorry if I'm like everywhere all at once. So to recap, I was at honestly my lowest point ever in life, and I felt like, oh hey, I like something that David had mentioned before was the idea of like games being canceled, and you have like no matter what you do. I had a couple of game projects that I had invested years on that were canceled on me, that I wasn't paid to even do. There was no money involved. It was like my time, my resources. It was a passion project. I lost a couple friends. They completely abandoned me. But then Ryan and Zap came like to my rescue. It was really, really hard. Having to ask for help it was, I don't want to say debilitating, but I felt like I was just so distraught and I didn't know where I was going in life that I felt like, okay, I need something, please, anything. And thankfully through Ryan, I've been like mentored by him. I like also thankfully through Zap, I've gotten through like commission work from him where he's like, "Oh, hey Tulie, what are you doing today?" And he'll like, because my time management skills are that of a spoon, unmanageable. Like I have, yeah, that's right. I have the time management skills of a spoon. And it was really like challenging, like admitting sort of that kind of defeat. I don't know if defeat is the right word for it, but it was a lot to take in. And I then got some side jobs. Like I was doing retail work during a pandemic is not something that you want to do for your mental health, especially when you're trying to do game dev stuff and be an artist at the same time. And what ended up happening was I did more and more side gigs, and those side gigs turned into something that I could stream, and that streaming then became something that I could put on my portfolio, and the stuff being put on my portfolio led to an online presence, and then the online presence led to me getting exposure on Twitter and through Twitch, and a couple of employers actually reached out to me where they were like, "Hey, we noticed that you use these tools, like these free and open source tools, like just with this alone, and we would love to work with you." And it's amazing. I am actually like blushing right now. I just over how happy I am right now. I'm like I am over the moon and above. So, yeah, I'm open to questions. I have like half an hour basically.
I had a quick question. How did you go about designing your VTuber model and others like it?
Like when you mean by others like it, usually, um, with people who would come up to me for VTubing models, they would have a sketch already, present, and I would basically go about it based on the sketch. With my VTuber model, a lot of the recommendations came from Russian folklore. Like, there's this really weird like and interest in VTubers based on folklore and based on cryptic monsters of some kind. So I wanted my VTuber to be based on a Kikimora, which is a Russian woodland beast of some kind. Yeah, you'd probably have seen a Kikimora in the game Inscription, but yeah. With mine, the idea was to go with something pleasing, something pleasant, using some fun colors and using my real eye color. So I wanted to put in a little bit more of what I really am like. I also have like really long hair, just like I do in real life. So I wanted to present some of my real life qualities, but also some desired traits.
That's really cool. I like the Russian folklore aspect. My friend is a big fan of Inscription, and I think there's a Kikimora in The Witcher too. I think that's a pretty popular place you can find them.
Yeah.
Out of curiosity, Tulie, aren't you part Russian as well, if I remember correctly?
Mm-hmm. Yep, I'm half Russian.
Okay, now
And I
it makes
lived in
sense.
Russia.
Okay, now that I did not know.
Yeah, I lived in Russia for 8 years.
Oh wow,
Yeah.
that makes a lot of sense now. Okay, continue.
Yeah, no, like I'm half Russian and um I wanted to be able to incorporate certain Russian aspects, but also be appealing. I, strangely enough, Zap had some input on some assets that I have. Yeah, because for some reason, hold on, I don't think the camera is tracking my eye movement all that well, but yeah, some input on like jiggle physics. So because people on Twitch kind of be like that. But yeah. Any other comments, questions?
So it sounds like you get a lot of your work from your online presence and a kind of personal branding. So aside from regularly producing content that people can follow, do you have any marketing that you engage in, like participating in certain groups and self-promotion? I don't know if you go as far as advertisements, but collaborations, like how do you expand your presence beyond just the content you create?
Yeah, what I do is in that's an interesting question. Through the Game Dev League Discord server, I was able to put out like some of the artwork that I was gradually making. Like joining Discord servers of multiple variations with different tastes can also highlight your skills, like can put out your skills a bit more. Um, because what I did was I put out like, oh hey, I did some doodles or I did some 3D modeling like this or that, and gradually people took an interest where it's like, oh hey, maybe you should have a bit more of an online presence. I would put myself out there on. I kind of have been using Twitter as like the new version of Tumblr because Tumblr has kind of not been doing great in terms of art sometimes. But Twitter, you tend to get a lot of outreach from people who are specifically searching for certain uh, tags that they're looking for. If you're looking for like, oh hey, I'm an artist looking for work. There are companies and employers who will search specifically for artists who tag work to their where they tag their artwork with portfolio pieces and tag the word work and also searching for work. Did that answer the question? I feel like I went about it very weirdly.
I think it did. I have heard one of the biggest tools you can engage with marketing, and this is whether it's a product or yourself, is to have actual personal engagements with people.
Yeah.
Some of those tricks that you were talking about, like the way that you can tag it, is also a good idea for how to draw eyes where you don't necessarily have that personal interaction.
Yeah. Usually tagging your artwork is the best thing you can possibly do. And being a bit consistent with where you post. Like, don't just post on Facebook and then expect people to find your stuff through Facebook. Nope. Like, I hate to say it, but Facebook is kind of for old people and also for like more personal circles, which isn't a bad thing, but unless your nana is gonna hire you um a for a commission, there really isn't that much viability. Now there is Instagram that's also good with tags. So any social networking platform that uses tag searching is a really good tool to use.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, we just got a question from Greg on YouTube who asks, do you do anything special for your 18 plus content to make it part of your portfolio?
Ah, um, I try to sort of put it together into not a niche, but hold on, I'm trying to think how best to phrase this. Usually when I have my 18 plus content, it's a bit more of like a private commission. I also try to put it up mostly on like more hidden servers. Although I will admit, I feel like I need to put it out there a little bit more. There's kind of a balancing act to it, because the problem is that some places will have a hissy fit if they see that you have adult content. But at the same time, there are places that see like, oh hey, you know the female body, you know the female form, you can model the female body. We'd love to hire you for that. And also work is work, so that's perfectly fine. What I tend to do is one of the reasons why I have a VTube like persona is so that I can separate my personal life from my professional life to a degree, so that I can put myself out there a little bit more and be more out there in zones that I wouldn't necessarily be comfortable with using this persona.
Cool. Thank you for that. Are there any more questions for Tulie? We can give YouTube a few more steps. Oh, there's a new question. What does it feel like having horns? Does it affect how you work?
Oh man, am I allowed to say? The pun is there on the tip of my tongue, but I really shouldn't say it. Someone else can fill in the blank on how I feel with horns, but yeah.
I'm not doing it. Please continue.
Yeah. But yeah, so the current work that I now do, I am basically responsible for making 3D assets for Cornucopias, and it's a full-time like remote work. Like, I don't have to travel anywhere. I don't have to get up and go through the metro and then go through all the commuting for like an hour and a half. So it's all in the comfort of my home, and I get to like pet my cat as much as I want to. And using all open source software. So yeah, if anybody tells you that like, oh, you won't get far using open source software, I don't know. I don't know. Look where I am.
I have a question. What is some of your favorite open source software to use?
Ooh, Blender and Krita. Blender is
I've never heard of Krita. What is that?
Krita is the open source alternative to Photoshop. It's like an image manipulation software. It's really good when you want to have painterly textures and painterly brush strokes. And beautiful concept art. There's so much to like put out there. Yeah. Like it gets very like it feels like you're actually painting like in real life. So that's something that I really like about Krita. Blender is like an obvious number one, because I've been able to make avatars and VTuber models, and all of my commissions have basically been thanks to using Blender, and I don't have to spend a single penny.
Always good.
How do you find motivation when working from home? If online school taught me anything, is that I lose focus when I'm surrounded by distractions at home. Ah, okay. So one of the best things that I do is, hold on. I have a timer. I time myself whenever I possibly can. I also try to use. Okay, this is going to sound really corny, but one of the great things about being able to work from home doing 3D models is that I can be in the zone while I'm working and have turn on some white noise of some kind. And the white noise that I like to turn on is murder mystery noise. That's right, I'm a true crime listener. I like to listen to murder mysteries while I'm manipulating humans and humanoids. I like to manipulate bodies. Wait, don't take that out of context. Yeah, no, the distractions at home can definitely be a huge challenge. Like, for example, my cat loves to turn off my computer whenever she has the opportunity to do it, because for some reason, whoever designed my computer decided to put the power button on top of the computer. So, easy access for a cat to just plop herself onto the computer and turn off the computer. What I try to do is I try to play with my cat for 5 minutes and then come back to work. I try to time myself in intervals. If I get too distracted, it means, okay, maybe I need like an hour break. Or half an hour break. Or make the work that I'm doing fun. For example, with the murder mystery bit that I mentioned, like, I'm having fun doing 3D models while, like, 3D modeling, and I'm having fun turning my brain on a little bit more with mysteries that I'm hearing in the background. So, yeah, white noise helps.
Awesome. We have a question on YouTube from Calvin. Would you be willing to share how much you typically charge for a VTuber model?
Yeah, $800. Because what I like, okay, usually people put out their prices up to like 1,000 and 200. Now, when I first started out, I think that's a lesson that I feel like I should have put out there in the slides. That actually brings up a good point that I need to bring up. When you first start out, you have to kind of undersell yourself to then uppersell yourself. And currently, like, I'm still in the middle portion of I'm in the middle of my beginning, as I like to see it, where I am now in my preferred career in life, but I'm still in the beginning processes of it. I'm in the middle of it, but I'm still undercharging the commission costs that I have so that I can make my customers happy, but also so that I can establish my portfolio a little bit better, because I'm not quite there yet. I'm not quite up to the like commercial look there yet. I'm not quite up there yet. So that's something that's also important to note, is you will have to undersell yourself so that you can be more marketable to employers. Yeah. Should I do work for free to build experience and grow my portfolio? That's a good question. So that depends on what you mean by work for free. Like, because the problem, like, it's kind of an Ouroboros sort of problem, where it's eating itself up, where in order for you to get work to grow your portfolio, you need work for the portfolio, but in order to get the portfolio work? How do you get the what I would suggest doing is doing something for you for free because you're doing the thing for, like, for example, right here, right now, you're seeing a VTuber model that I made for myself. And the VTuber model is used as kind of like the VTuber model that I have, it's kind of an advertisement board about yeah, it's like on board. Yeah, it's like an advertisement board. It's an advertisement of my work. So doing something for for free for yourself might be something that you would start off with, but then gradually do something for with smaller commission prices, and then heighten those commission prices as you get better along the way. Does that typically line up with clients' expectations? Do you have any strategies for getting your clients on board? Ah, I basically try to bring them onto a Discord call. Um, do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Hold on. Yeah, no, what I try to do is I try to bring clients on a Discord call so that they can hear my voice and hear how exuberant I am to work with them. Because that's something that clients definitely want to see is like, hey, I am exuberant, I want to work with you, please. But also, on the flip side, they also want to know that you are genuine. They don't want someone who's fake. Like, are you genuinely happy to work with them? Um, Let me see. And lining up with customers' expectations is usually you have to ask yourself the important question of, okay, what is it that you want to do that you want to be on brand? So, for example, I make stylized characters, and so far the work that I've been getting stable commission on has been based on stylized models and characters, and even stylized textures. Um, and sometimes when it's been realistic, I indicate that, hey, I can do the realism, it's just that stylized is a little bit harder and more complicated. I try to like, sell myself a little bit more during Discord calls with my clients, telling them, like, what I'm able to do. And in terms of client expectations, there's also like a huge book that I highly recommend people read if they want to go over pricing and ethical guidelines. You want to make sure that you that you have a document with you indicating how much work you're going to be putting into it. Um, Basically a contract, if you will. It's like the artistic ethical guideline book. Like they keep updating it every year. It's like really thick. Uh, yeah, I have a copy of the book. So if anybody is looking for any specific portions in the book, I can scan them and give them to you.
Awesome. I don't see more questions now, but we can let you two catch up for a bit and see if there's any more that pop up.
Yeah, because I have like 20 minutes. I went really fast. I was like,
That's okay. Is there anything that you wanted to add to your presentation that you might have missed or something?
let me think. I think the important message that I want to emphasize, that David emphasized, and I also have taken away just from being able to talk with Ryan, was, hey, don't be afraid of asking for help. Don't ever think you are a failure. And if friendships break up because of failed projects, because that's on like what happened. I had invested like years worth onto a couple game projects and they didn't go anywhere. They just completely collapsed. That's not a failing on you. If you did something wrong, then maybe, but sometimes game projects don't work out. And I don't think anybody could have foreseen like a worldwide pandemic happening and affecting everybody's mental health this drastically and this horrifically. So it's also important to take care of your mental health. And like I know that some people prefer working remotely versus on site. The reason why I prefer working remotely is because I have the tools at hand at my home and I don't have to spend time commuting because I don't know how to drive. My family has never had a car. I don't have access to a car. That's not something that's there. So it's better for people who have not just commuting, who might have to spend hours commuting. It's also better for people who may have debilitating disabilities or something of that nature. For example, I have major depressive disorder, as people probably took away in one of the slides. Like, oh hey, Tulie, are you okay? I'm okay now. I take medicine. Would you be willing to share what it's like working on an NFT project? Ah, okay, yeah, you saw, okay. It's actually surprisingly rewarding because, I know that there's the ethics right now where, oh hey, aren't you working on something that's like basically a glorified art theft? Number one, it's not art theft because I'm literally getting employed for them to use the artwork that I make, so there's that. If you're not green, you're gray. What do you do to continue growing your art skill? Oh, wait, hold on. I gotta finish the last question. It's also been rewarding in terms of financial stability. Like, I work full time. I have like a it's good. It's actually really good. And because the project is like fully remote, like as an NFT project, I'm able to do what I like doing in terms of 3D models as much as I want, within a time, not just whenever I want, but within a time frame that is suitable to me and to my needs. And my bosses are really, really nice. Everybody like that I've been working with, I had misconceptions that like, okay, I'm gonna be working practically with the devil. But everybody has been so, so nice. To the point where I've mentioned like, oh hey, I'm on medicine. Oh hey, I have this and this issue. Can you help? And everybody has been super, super nice. So I know that there's a saying about how the devil, like, wears a smile when he's kind, but, oh, also another thing, I know that there are concerns about energy costs that, NFT projects have. With Cornucopias, we're using we're using Cardano, and it has about as much power. It's one of the 6 greenest NFT blockchain uses, using about as much power as a battery charge on a phone. So that's also another ethical breach that I was able to sorry, not breach. That was one ethical question that I was able to thankfully go over. So that was good. As David said in his presentation earlier, if you're not green, you're gray. What do you do to continue growing your skill sets? I go through tutorials every day. as much as I can. I love consuming tutorials. When I'm not listening to murder mysteries, I like to listen to tutorials in the background, even if I'm not following them along. Like, just from listening to them, that's pretty good. I also recently signed up. I took Ryan's advice to get more specialized mentorship, and I signed up for the mentorship with 2Animate, which is a Blender-specific animation mentorship course, where I get training from animators who worked on the hit series Maya and the Three. So yeah. Any other questions, comments, concerns? Tomato throwing. Yeah. Waiting for YouTube. Got it, got it, got it. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. What is your favorite model you've made? Ooh, 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 ooh. Oh, that's a good one. There was this one client model. He wanted this dragon-like, uh, VR chat avatar model, and it had scales across it had a weird texture to its scales. I was able to use texture painting within Blender. It was really, really fun because I had never done a scaly, basically, a scaly model. It was so satisfying making something that I had never made before, and I think that's also another like challenge to go over is when you feel like, oh hey, this is too hard, I can't do it. The best thing is to try to encourage yourself, and if you can't encourage yourself, get friends to encourage you to look at the problem as a solution that is fun to solve. And it was fun solving the, like, how it would bend, because so the legs had to bend like a human could walk with them, because one of the issues that I had was, wait a minute, it has the back leg, the legs were positioned kind of like a wolf. Like, I don't know how to describe it, but you know when you look at anthro characters, and certain ones have their back legs bent in a certain way. I basically had to make sure that they moved in accordance to how a human could walk with them. And it was a fun challenge to not only model it, but also rig it. So that was fun. But yeah, it was really challenging. I need to actually put that up on my portfolio site, so thank you for reminding me. Do you record yourself performing actions for reference when animating? Yes. Yes, I do. I also, I have a mirror close by, so sometimes, if I don't use a mirror, I also have a camera, and I'll use the camera to sort of mirror what I'm doing, and yeah, I record myself doing actions. And what I do is I try to not rotoscope, but sort of follow the actions that I'm doing and exaggerate certain actions. Um, Timing is also like a huge thing to invest on, like in terms of animation. Remember, timing is essential. And don't be scared to use references. I know that people think that it's cheating. It's not cheating. By that logic, every animator ever is a cheater. And I don't know about you, but I don't have any spots on me. Get it? Because I'm not a cheetah. Recordings limit any exaggeration when it comes to your animation. When you mean by limiting exaggeration, so I try to squash myself. Okay, a great source of reference is TikTok. TikTok has a ton of dancing references, and a lot of people you have to move like you're a TikToker almost. So you have to sort of squish and stretch your own body to an extent and exaggerate certain motions as much as you can. Think of yourself as the William Shatner of your animation and recording. Where you go, yeah, I am doing this. Scott?
If I may follow up on that question, out of curiosity, has there ever been a time when you're trying to make an animation reference, but you record it twice as slow so that you can over exaggerate it and keep that note when you actually go to do it in whatever program you use?
What do you mean by twice as slow? Are
So
you
like,
saying that
I was thinking because that's what a lot of TikTok dances do, which is really weird, but it it results in like a specific kind of movement that is more animated, which is why I think
yeah.
when you said TikTok dances, I'm like, yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, TikTok dances are doing the slowness helps. Because the problem with a lot of recordings is that there's motion blur, and the motion blur obscures whatever is moving in that moment, and it's very troublesome when that happens. So, what I would recommend doing something like that. Admittedly, I've never tried it, but I know that other people have done it. I usually try to record myself in real time because sometimes what I want is like a realistic performance where it's like, oh, hey, I want this to be a little bit more natural. Sometimes I've slowed down to a degree, but not like twice as slow. Maybe like 70, 75% to that degree, but not like the full 100.
Cool.
Yeah, any other comments, questions, concerns?
The momentary YouTube catch up time.
Yeah, no worries.
Well, it is 2:59, so if no one has any other questions, thank you, Tulie, for um presenting on all of that. Um, your presence is always welcome.
Yeah, no
And
worries.
yeah, I think it's pretty interesting. Um,
Yeah. And I do apologize in advance if my words seemed a little garbled up. Yeah. I'm a little bit of a garbled goblin.
That is more than
That's
fine.
okay.
All right. Well, for once we're actually straight on track, so
Right.
might as well
Thank
try
you.
and keep that. Thank you.
Mhm. No worries.
Seth, would you like to introduce the next person?
Sure. Next up, we have Ben from EA Sports. They're going to be talking about getting into the game industry. I
Well, feel free to take a very, very slight break until then for now. I know I will need it. That is more than fair, yeah. Yeah, go ahead. And I will adjust to whatever you're doing.
Okay. Does it look good? You can see the presentation?
Yep, it looks perfect to me.
All right. Do I need to wait or can I just start?
Yeah, just whenever you're ready.
Gotcha. Thank you. Okay. Hi, I'm Ben. I'm going to be giving a talk about how, kind of like a post-mortem of how I got into the industry, so I can help share the knowledge for people who might also have had a tough time getting into the industry. So first, I'll give a little bit more about myself. I'm Ben. That's my dog Comet. I've went to UMBC, majored in computer science, and I think the way I got into the industry is interesting, but maybe not as uncommon as I used to think. I started working at Tenable, my first internship, where we did cybersecurity. Then I went on to Vectorworks, where I did architectural visualization. Then I got my first full-time position at Brightspot, which is a web developer. And finally, EA gave me a chance, and now I work at EA Sports. Some of the stuff I get to work on now, mostly you could see me as like a Frostbite engineer. Frostbite is our proprietary game engine that we use at the studio. It's been used on a bunch of games. A lot of our sports franchises use it. Some of our most recent projects, I'm sure people have heard of the Madden franchise. And last year we announced that we're also doing PGA. That's coming back, and college football is also coming back. So, pretty cool stuff. All right, so I'm gonna kind of start at the beginning with how I went about doing what I did. So for example, or to start, I go where I think most people would go to, which is LinkedIn. LinkedIn has been an invaluable resource for me throughout the entire time I was applying to studios. It's very good at being this nice point where every studio goes to post what they have. So it's really easy to look through it and cover a lot of ground really quickly. I'll talk about later in my talk about the other benefits of using something like LinkedIn. But yeah, it was extremely helpful for me to get into the industry. This is GameSmith. It's a relatively new website. I think it came out either right before the pandemic started or right after. It's still new, but it's very much LinkedIn, but specialized for game developers. I think it's worth looking at. A lot of really nice people on that platform. And then this one I just throw in there because I think when you're looking for a job, you should be able to take advantage of all the resources you have, and Indeed is definitely one of those. I mean, just typing this in real quick, I was able to find a handful of them right away. Including Firaxis right there. But yeah, so these were pretty much where I was going in the beginning, just to kind of, because I didn't know where to look yet. Right now it's more obvious, like you go to the website, to whatever studio you're interested in, and you go to the careers page. But I did not know that at the beginning, so I did it this way. So for who I was applying to at the beginning, it was basically, yeah, anything I could think of. If it had game in it, I was probably applying to it. But more realistically, the easiest thing I did was just kind of go through my whatever game libraries I have, whether it's on Steam or on your consoles, and kind of just go through the games I like the most, create a list of, if I put more than 10 hours in a game, I'd probably be interested enough to work on that game. So it was a nice way to kind of narrow down the list of thousands of games that come out from all these studios to kind of this nice list of games I actually want to work on. Let's see. And then there's a nice thing. I don't know if most people use it that way, but if you find a game, you don't know who the developer is, Steam does have that information for you. I did not click on it, but I'd imagine it would get you to resources to find their careers page as well. Okay, so when I was doing this after college, I didn't have a job. I had an internship that had ended because of the pandemic, unfortunately. So I kind of had a lot of free time to figure stuff out. So I treated it like it was a full-time job, basically. I'd spend, not every day, like it says here, I'd spend a few times a month where I would go over as many studios, maybe that list I made in the previous slide, whatever I had, I'd go through it, see what was available that was relevant to me, and then just get ready to apply to it. It was really nice to do this in waves as opposed to looking at it every single day, because it gave chance for more positions to open up and you can kind of cover more ground in a short amount of time. And yeah, the rest of the time was studying. This might be more relevant to engineering, but for example, things like resources like leak code or learning algorithms, it's a very time-consuming process, but also a very necessary one, because it's the stuff you will be asked about. And it's also a good chance to kind of, I'll talk about more later, but it's a good chance to go over what you've learned as you go through this process, to kind of sit down and really look at what's going on and what you need to improve on. So this is how I believe I should have started. This is going to be more relevant to hopefully people now. I understand this is a little bit different given the pandemic situation, but career fairs were probably the most valuable resource to me, apart from platforms like LinkedIn, for not only like going to apply to jobs, getting my name out there, but for actually getting interviews done. When you go to these places, a bunch of people from the company come out, they're ready to interview you, they know they need people to hire. It's if you need somewhere to practice, for lack of a better word, this is a wonderful place to do it. UMBC has, I believe, 2 career fairs a year, and I've gotten plenty of interviews from both of them. Actually, the one at UMBC is pretty great. I've also gone to colleges in the area, maybe like at most 30 minutes away, just to see if there's any other career fairs and maybe other companies I haven't heard of, or maybe I wasn't aware. In the case of games, maybe there's a studio out there I hadn't seen before. It's worth your time to look and go to career fairs, and hopefully they open back up as hopefully we come out of the pandemic. You should treat it like an interview in the sense that you should prepare for it. I'd say they're not as intense as your traditional interviews at companies, because it's a lot more rapid fire, right? They have a lot of people they need to get through, and they're going to do what they can to figure out if you're the right person right away. So this is really good practice for being able to describe yourself in a way that's relevant. It shows what experience you have, and you get used to talking to people. Because I know maybe there are people out there, or definitely there are people out there who are not as comfortable speaking in crowds or one-on-one, more intense situations like this. So this is also great practice. And for the opportunities, yeah, you can see in this picture here, there's just an ocean of jobs. You should really try your best to get out there whenever you can. So this one's more in case there are people like me out there. After I got my first offer, I was definitely feeling pretty good about myself. After I got that first one, it definitely became more of, I can get this offer. Look how much money they're going to offer me. I can get anything I want. So I started to get more picky with it. And, when you narrow down what you're aiming for to such a degree, it makes the job hunt so much harder than it needs to be. You should know what you're aiming for, but you shouldn't just disregard companies or studios just because maybe you haven't played you don't know that, like, you haven't seen them at the Video Game Awards or something, or everyone deserves to have you apply to them. So this is kind of building on that. I had this mentality when I started where I needed to get practice, but I didn't want to take too long to get the jobs I actually wanted to try out for. So basically, I would have my list from before and maybe go like a little bit lower down the list and start there, and leave that kind of prime, that group that you're really looking forward to, like the games you play every day you would love to work on, they stick up there. And I made sure to go through the lower ones because I just needed practice. And I'd argue that most of the people here would also appreciate getting that practice. It's a good chance to not only talk in front of people in a high anxiety situation, but also you can kind of have this, like, it's a little bit easier for you because it's not as high stakes where you don't get this job and then, it was the game of your dreams. There's nothing you can do because it's gone. So this gives you a chance to get that practice without maybe having some doors closed along the way. Getting that first job out of college is absolutely what you should be aiming for. I'm going to speak from the engineering point of view. If you could see from my experience that I've kind of just been jumping all over the place trying to find experience to put on my resume, and it was good because I did get to put those bullet points down there, but I also got to show that I was doing stuff other than just applying. I believe it's really important that they know why. You show them how dedicated you are by how much you're applying and things like that. But it's also really good to just be able to show that you do have the skills, that you do have the talent, and that these other companies are willing to give you a chance. So why shouldn't they? It really helps open up how many more studios are willing to interview you when you have some experience on your resume. Yeah, and then this one is something I've learned as I been in the industry for a bit. There's a lot of smart people in video games. It blows my mind how many smart people there are. And the nice thing is they're not all at, in my case, EA or companies like Activision. It's not just the big companies that have these smart people. It's everyone. Everyone has the passionate developers that have been doing it for years and are ready to teach you. People like we saw earlier with David's presentation, more than happy to mentor you, ready to teach you things to get you to where you need to be, because everyone remembers how hard it was in the beginning. I was raised in the military, so I've had the benefit or the opportunity to travel a lot. I think that's been beneficial in more of the ways than one, just because being exposed to these different cultures, it just really opens up what you see, what you know. Yeah, that's important. And more importantly, these, like for example, these right here, we have the UK, Australia, and Canada. These are all English-speaking countries that I have applied to and I've gotten interviews for because they are willing to hire talent from the US and put in the work to get you that work visa if you can make it through it. So I think not only would it be a good chance for you to experience the world, but it really opens up how many studios you can apply to when you start looking at these other countries as well. One I applied to was Creative Assembly. There's a lot of studios out there in London. I believe the studio that's working on the next Fable is out there as well. There's a lot of resources out there. You should be sure to take advantage of all of them. Okay, so this is more for... it's to get everything you need. I'm trying to keep this general because I am an engineer by trade, but I understand that not everyone here is, so I try to keep it general. But on saying that, start with the engineers. GitHub. If you don't have professional experience on your resume, I better see some projects on your GitHub. It doesn't need to be completed games, but there should be things you can demo to the people who are interviewing you to show that you've done it before. Maybe you made like a small level in Unity, you gray boxed it out, but you had a nice character controller. That'd be something good to show off. It's to show you would show that you have this real experience making something, even if though you did it in your own free time. And I'd argue that it's maybe more important for people want to be game developers because it's a very visual field and they really want to see what your code can do. So GitHub is a wonderful place for that. ArtStation. So, I mean, it's already been mentioned a couple times from the other artists at the conference, but it is... Now, it's been a while since I've been an art or tried to be an artist, but this is like such a nice way to have all of your work visible to whoever, an employer can come to your profile and look at it, and they can clearly see that mosaic, whatever you call it, right up front, see all your pieces, they can look through it. And in Ryan's case, also gives you chances for exposure, where you make something really cool and then everybody wants to see it and tell you how cool you are. So ArtStation is another valuable resource like that. The point being for both of these is that you need to have something to show. I remember how hard it was to show people I had relevant experience, so I didn't have anything on my resume yet. And then being able to pull out the games from the Game Dev Club for the games you make throughout the year, having those ready to show and able to play right away was invaluable to getting me interviews. Game jams. I know the club takes part in it, and I hope everyone here also takes part in it, but I think game jams are the best way to boost your portfolio. It is as close as to a real studio-like situation you can get to. You're working with different disciplines, right? You have artists, engineers, UI, sound designers. Everybody comes together and works on this game. It's an opportunity to learn a lot because when you have that strict time limit, you get used to kind of coming with releasing what you need to by a deadline, right? That's, I'm sure a lot of people here know, very important in games, especially from what I've seen since I've started working at EA. It's very important, and this would be a good way to get that as well. And I did want to shout out the eJam specifically. This was IGDA's game jam that they did right at the beginning of the pandemic. It was probably the best organized game jam I've seen, where the IGDA has a lot of reach with their network, so they're able to get a lot of professional developers to come into the game jam and be assigned to teams as mentors. So we got to spend 48 hours with an artist named Hannah from Obsidian Entertainment. And she was incredibly friendly, more than happy to answer all of your questions. And at the end of the game jam, she even went over the portfolios of the two artists on our team. like just amazing that even happened for us. And then through her, the engineers on our team met an engineer from Obsidian. We also got to talk to him one-on-one, and like stuff like that doesn't happen every day, and you're not going to find that unless you go to these kinds of events. I really want to hammer it in that these are great. You have 48 hours, you have a finished product, you can show it to people. It's just, I love game jams. They're wonderful. So this, speaking of eJam, this was what we finished and definitely became the poster child for my resume, just because it was the most complete thing we had made. And I'll just show a little bit of this. Let me turn this down a little bit. So this was our game, The Final Disaster. It was to go with the theme of celebration. So we thought the best way to do that would be to save people from being flattened by a giant ball on New Year's Eve. So I guess that's what our celebration was. But yeah, like you can see this, we made this in 48 hours, and I'm just very, very proud of it and very grateful that by doing this project that I had something to show everybody, right? As soon as I had this on my resume and people could go and see it on our what's it called, itch.io page, I started getting a lot more responses to my applications. So I just want to reiterate that it's important to have something like this where you can show it. Luckily, we had someone who liked our game record this for us, which was very nice of them. And so now whenever someone needs to see a demo of my game, I can link them to their YouTube video. And now they see what we're capable of. Oops. Okay. This, these are more just general tips for when you have gotten the interview and you're getting ready to maybe meet with your hiring manager or, whoever your boss is going to be. They want to get to know you. These are some important things I learned one way or another. Play their games. Don't make the mistake I did. Even if you play a game for like 30 minutes to an hour, just to have some basic knowledge on the game, do it. It's worth the investment. It's worth the time. It makes you look way better at the interview. For example, I had an interview at id Software, and I had started Doom Eternal, but maybe not finished it. And then as soon as I got the as soon as they told me that they were ready to go to the next step of the interview process, I think I binged it over a day or two to finish the game before the interview, because thank goodness I did, because it was the main topic of the interview, of course. It's their most recent game. It's what they're working on, what they're talking about, their main franchise. And because of that, it helped me on the interview for specific tasks they had asked me to do, because I could relate it to the universe that they had built for their franchise, because every studio has their own language, their own world that they build. And if you're going to apply to them, you should at least understand at a very high level what it is, or very surface level of what it is. I think this is beneficial. Look at who you're talking to is beneficial, because it's nice to know a little bit about who you're about to meet with. It brings up good talking points to learn about them. Maybe they've been at the studio for 10 years and you look at their LinkedIn, you saw that. Now you can ask them, like, hey, what's it like? What's kept you at the studio? How's the tenure there? Do you feel like you're contributing at a larger scale? It really opens up the questions you can ask. And it really helps you tailor each interview to the interviewer, which I think is very important. Know what you're applying for. Read the description, the job description, very carefully. Just it's best if there are no surprises. You just take the time, the 5 or 10 minutes, to look through, read every line, and make sure that whatever bullet points they're looking for, you can check them off and talk about it. More importantly, right? If they ask you to know about C++ at an interview and you miss that on the job description, you come in with all your Java knowledge, that might not go as well as you'd hope. And for tools, like for artists, I know Tulie's been pushing Blender for years, so I know how big that's been getting. Maya is another very common one I've seen. But know the tools that the artists will use, know the tools that the audio engineers will use. It's all laid out there in front of you. Use it. Read it. Make sure if you can find these tools, find them, learn them a little bit. It makes you look so much better. So even if you do everything right, and even if everything goes well, there's no doubt going to be rejection that you have to deal with. And this is my spreadsheet of sadness. This is basically for the first year I was applying to jobs, getting ready to graduate college, and then for a period of time after that. There's a lot of no's on here, and there's a lot of empty spaces where they never responded to me. It's tough. There's nothing you do. There's nothing that can, how do you explain it? You're not owed anything. They don't owe you a response. You and the thousands of other people who applied to that position. So it's going to happen a lot to you. And yeah, it took a long time to get used to seeing the spreadsheet because, it's very visible. It's a good way to keep track of things, but it can be hard when you see all this in front of you. To kind of talk about why that spreadsheet was important, it really taught me this line or quote: "It's not personal, it's just business." That's true. It may not feel like that when you're starting, and it definitely didn't feel like that for me when I was starting, where every no felt like they came to my house and like threw eggs at my door. It was really hard to deal with. But over time, you kind of you understand that they're not looking at you to say no. They're just maybe they don't have the time, or there's a hiring freeze. You never know what could happen. And it's just best that you take that answer, understand why it happened, and move on. It's just better for you in the long run. You may never hear back. As you saw in my spreadsheet, didn't hear back from maybe more than half of the studios I applied to. Even a no, didn't get that back. Sometimes I get it like 6 months later. It happens. Don't get too hung up on it. I'd argue that maybe after a month, it's best to move on to start applying to other jobs. And this third point, taking notes. This helped me so much during my process that I have notebooks just filled with notes. It's a good opportunity to, when you're fresh out of an interview, especially a bad interview, those details are like burned into your brain, and that's the perfect time to write them down. Like, it might hurt to see all the questions you got wrong, but having them down to look at later, to find the answers to later, and now know it will mean those are a lot more questions you know how to answer in the future, right? It's worth it to realize these patterns of what these people are asking you, and to make sure you understand not only why they're asking you, but what the answer is, right? So you can, if they ask you 10 questions you've heard in other interviews before you know the answers to, it makes you look really good when you can just rapid fire through them. And this has been a point that's been talked about a lot today. Getting help. Getting a job is hard, and getting a job in games is really hard. It's a lot to do, a lot to take on, a lot to study, and you're not doing yourself any favors by doing it alone. There are so many people out there that are just ready to help. I mentioned some of the speakers and speakers today have already expressed how they're ready to answer questions, how they, like I said earlier, remember what it was like to be in your position. And it would be in your best interest to reach out to those people. These are people who have been in the industry and have gone through the interviews and have worked with the people. They know exactly the answers to the questions you have. There's no point in not getting those answers. For some of the people who have mentored me, my academic advisor at UMBC helped me learn about the software engineering interview process, about preparing for coding interviews, and just overall job and career advice after college. Used to do a phone call every few months just to catch up so I could let him know how I'm doing, and he was awesome. A professor in related field at UMBC specifically, we have professors like Alano, right? He has the Unreal class, and he's worked in the industry himself. What an amazing resource to have right there where you are, you know? I mean, yeah, it's like 10 to 20 grand, but man, it's good to have there. Local game developers, this has been my favorite resource. They're just, especially when you go to these meetings and go to these events where you meet a lot of them, it's just everyone's so ready to share the knowledge that they have that you become a sponge. You just start taking all of it in. They're in the industry now, so you know their experience, the things they have to say are relevant and up to date and could be useful to an interview to you tomorrow. You know, it's amazing to talk to these people and figure out how it actually works behind the scenes as well. On that note, with reaching out to these people, I have had countless people, random people on LinkedIn, for example, reach out and say, can you give me a job? Or what's the interview like? Is the interview hard? Right? Just kind of these random questions, and that's fine to a certain extent, but you should treat this as your professional network and understand that these people have that you can't expect them to just be able to do that for you whenever you need it to, right? They have full-time jobs. A lot of developers I know have families. They can't just sit around waiting for you to think of questions to answer, like a stream of consciousness thing. So try to be conscious of that and be more specific about what you want. And for the availability, you know, being aspiring game developers like you are, or just playing games in general, you should know the times of the year this person will be busy. If you're going to talk to someone from Activision, like for example, Infinity Ward, they have a game coming out this year. You know, if it's like October, November, maybe go find someone else. It's really hard to release a game, and I'm sure that they have enough on their mind already, and there are plenty of people who don't have a deadline right around the corner. Try to find people who you know are not bogged down in tickets and problems at work so that they can focus on what they do. Right, so having a list of questions is really nice because it allows you to get specific answers, which, you know, sounds obvious, but sometimes when you go into a talk and you just kind of say the first things that come into your head, you might forget something, right? You might forget a really important question right before it. You can use this to kind of know who you're talking to and figure out what they can teach you. By knowing what to ask them. And it's also for the time, it's better for their time that you just have this set of questions to go through and then finish the talk. You know, it's better for everyone that way. Write everything down, or else if you can record it. It's the whole point of these talks is to get information, and that information is no good to you if you forget it or slightly misremember something they said. Just let them know you're going to be writing it down. Or in my case, I was able to ask someone if I could record the conversation, and now I have like a 40-minute talk I can reference, or I would reference whenever I needed answers to questions, because it's just, you know, it's like your own book of knowledge that you have now. You might as well make sure it's available to you. Be respectful. It's, you know, please, thank you. Common manners go a long way. It really does. Especially game developers who get singled out, like on Twitter, and you know, maybe not get such nice messages. I think it's just nice to let them know that you're a professional, not here to criticize their game. You're here to get knowledge about the industry, and it makes the conversation a lot nicer as well. this is a big one. Please don't do this. Everyone hears the rumors. Everyone can hear whatever leaks they see or anything. If you can't find a press release for the game, don't ask about it. If you can't Google the knowledge that you want to know about the game, don't waste this opportunity to ask stuff about that and pry about that. You'll find out through all the outlets out there when it's available. Don't bother developers with that kind of question. Networking. There are a lot of options now. I'd say mostly because of the pandemic, people were forced to learn how to meet people and learn from the comfort of their own home. And luckily, one of the few good things that's happened over this time is Discord's enormous boom in popularity. The amount of servers that are out there that are filled with people who love game development and who are just ready to work on a project with you, it's great. There's a ridiculous number of them. Tulie had mentioned about the Game Dev League and how they're in the thousands, however many thousands of people out there. It's crazy. And it's Discord, so it's free. You should go out there and join these. You can join in conversations. A lot of them have, for example, like Unity and Unreal have talks where people kind of ask about the industry or how the engines are used in there. Tool-specific questions. It's a great way to get information quickly as well. The LinkedIn again, I think it's important to bring up because there are groups on LinkedIn that you can become a member of. There's an indie game dev one, there's a UMBC game dev one, I believe. And groups like this are how I hear about jobs before they're posted in other places. It's how I heard about GameSmith before it released. It was in a LinkedIn group where they said, here's a new thing, test it out. And now it became something in my toolset for finding jobs. It's for a platform that's already made to be professional. People have the information laid out for you, ready to read, and you should know how to dig through it. I do want to mention something for engineers too, related to networking. Open source projects are really good. An example I have that I think would benefit a lot of the coders here would be the Open 3D engine. It was a project I think that started last year, but it's an open source engine that's being worked on by the Linux Foundation. So, people with a pretty good track record already, and it's also based off of Amazon's Lumberyard engine. So it has a really strong foundation that people go to learn off of. This Discord server has people from Amazon and other maintainers directly in the server answering questions. They give talks, or they used to give talks like every week to get an update on the engine, how tickets are going, and they have those career channels. These open source projects provide you a way of directly communicating and working with these people, and it looks great on your resume when you can say you've contributed to a project like this. Doesn't get much more relevant than stuff like that. And then for artists, ArtStation, I want to bring that up again because back when I was trying to be an artist, there's a website called Polycount that I used to use a lot. And both of these do a similar thing where they have challenges, right? So they have these competitions you can join where you have however much time to make a piece and then submit it for people to see. It's a great incentive for you to finish something to show people because everyone's going to see it and maybe judge it. But it's, the exposure you get from doing this is really good. It's something to add to your portfolio. You should keep an eye on ArtStation, especially. I've seen that they did a challenge somewhat recently, and I'm hoping those will pop up more. But it's a really good way to force yourself to finish something as well. I also want to shout out IGDA. The Baltimore chapter specifically is awesome. Before the pandemic, we would have those year-end meetings were the best ones, the annual meetings. I believe the last one that they held was at Firaxis. the number of jobs I heard about there was just like every other person I talked to. They said, "Oh yeah, I work at this studio and we're hiring for this. Let your club know about it." It's a group of these people, of all these professionals that are just together. That's like the main theme. They're here, they're ready to talk, and they're willing to talk. They provide more opportunities for you to learn and grow your network to learn about these positions on your own, just by reaching out to people. This part I'll go through quick because I understand not everyone here is a coder, but I feel like this is some of the knowledge I've picked up along the way because coding interviews are notoriously difficult. Whether they give you a coding assessment or a project due ahead of time, or just the interview itself, which feels like, like a data structures and algorithms final sometimes. Excuse the wall of text, but these are some concepts that have come up pretty commonly. The language-specific questions. No, the object-oriented programming questions and the DSA, data structures and algorithms questions, are more important for software, for engineering as a whole, not just game developers, but they are still skills that you are expected to know to write good code, right? So these are some of the probably the most common questions I would get asked. Language specific, really it's C++ specific, because in the industry, a lot of the game engines, a lot of tools that not the tools, but the engines that they use are built on C++. So especially if you're going to be a rendering engineer, a systems engineer, or just a general engine engineer. Wow, I never said that out loud. These are things they're going to want you to know because they don't need a programmer; they need a C++ programmer. So make sure you understand the language. Game specific knowledge. If you know what area you're looking for, do a little bit into it, or do a little bit more research into it than just this general software engineering stuff. Rendering and gameplay. Math, right? That's just math. You need to know it. You're going to be asked those questions. You need to be ready for it. UI, UX, the normal design principles that any other maybe web developer would follow would be good to know, so you don't make something that looks hideous and you understand why something looks good. There are different parts of a game. Anyone who's used Unity knows about components, right? You add it to a game object and it adds functionality as you go. That's a very common system you see in a lot of engines. You should be expected to know that. The main update loop is pretty straightforward, but it's good to know just to understand that everything is housed in this place, that the entire simulation lives here, and you should know why that's important and what pieces are a part of that. These are some of my favorite books I use to study. C++ Crash Course is a very big book, but it was made right when the C++ 20 standard was coming out, or being developed, so it has a lot of up-to-date information, despite being a few years old. A Tour of C++ was made by, I'm going to try to say his name, Bjarne Strostrup. That's the creator of C++. If you could read a book straight from the brain of the person who made that language, you should read that book. It's a very good book, and it's not very long, and maybe half of the content in that book I got interviewed on. Like, it came up all the time. It's good information to have. And then there's Cracking the Coding interview, the main resource for everyone getting ready for interviews in software engineering. But also the information there is extremely relevant to game developers as well. Can speed through this one. Linear algebra, like I said, for gameplay. Oops, ignore the title. The math comes up a lot. I have had coding tests that were straight up physics simulations that I had to do. Like, it comes up a lot. This personally has been my favorite book, has been for learning linear algebra. It's very readable, there's a little bit of humor to it. But more importantly, there's a lot of layouts, and he explains idiosyncrasies between why Z or Y is up for different engines depending on what coordinates they choose. Which is something that has come up in interviews before. And it also gets you ready for things like physics, which is really just kinematics, so basic algebra and a little bit of linear algebra. But knowing your kinematics equations is very helpful, and I've been quizzed on them many times. this one's maybe just good to know, but doesn't happen in every interview. I had an interview for a gameplay programmer position where I was expected to know all the coding stuff I had mentioned earlier, but then also I had to create a new mechanic for their game and an enemy to counter that mechanic. And it had to be written out to the same standard they do it, right? Whatever they give their game designers, the templates that they use. And you have to explain, you have to really sit down and think about why what you're making is fun, why it's something that can be countered, right? So for the studio, especially counterplay was very important. So they want to know that you understood how you can't just throw a mechanic in, you have to understand how it fits into this universe that they have built. So, when you're playing a game that you like, maybe take a second to sit down and really look at why you like it. This is a book I have not read yet, but just to show that there are resources out there for learning about game design, because they're good and I just like reading books. Okay, so getting to the end, just gonna reiterate some points. Please take notes. Just, if you're fortunate enough to have like an iPad, I know they sell not just iPads, but tablets for cheap for note taking, so you don't have to constantly buy new notebooks. Do that. Like, choose an app, get all your notes in there, organize it by studio and topic, like get that information out and physical, right? Make it real and make it something you can reference anytime. All the notebooks I have, especially the linear algebra ones, I would reference every single time I was getting ready for a gameplay programmer interview. It made it so I didn't have to reread my textbooks and just have everything available. I also had whatever questions I had messed up on previous interviews in it, and it's so valuable for you to have that I hope you do it. Asking for feedback from the interviewer. This one's an iffy one. Some are willing to do it, some will never respond, and some will say that they are actually not allowed to tell you that. But the people who had told me what I had messed up in the interview, maybe whatever feedback from the hiring manager, whoever I had talked to, went straight into my notes, straight into my notebook. I internalized it, and I found a way to make it better. And I wouldn't have known that if I didn't ask, because it's not something they're going to just tell you. Like, oh, you didn't get the job, but here's what you did wrong. You have to go out and ask for it. And learning how long it takes to prepare. There are things I would hear in software engineering specifically where people would study something like LeetCode for 6 months to prepare for an interview. Some people need that time. Some people maybe don't have the foundational knowledge, but as you go through this, realize that time you need to prepare has become more condensed and more articulated. Like it's the information you need and the information you have to know. You don't need to keep going looking out for things you might need to know. You know what you need to know. So that really makes it so, instead of 6 months, you can maybe convert it down to like a week or two to prepare for an interview as you gain that knowledge. I failed a lot of interviews. There were some where luckily we weren't on camera and I would have my head on the desk because I couldn't answer a single question for 10 minutes. Sure, these are embarrassing and kind of a huge hit to your ego and your pride, but those were easily the most beneficial interviews I had. The list of questions they'd ask me that would come out of that, because I was so embarrassed, it was burned into my brain, that I could just write it down and make sure that I never had that happen again. And more importantly, doing these interviews, like, it's okay if you fail it. You can try again. There's not usually a rule. Some of the bigger FANG companies have rules, but there's not usually a rule that says you can only apply this X number of times. If you mess up the first time, take a minute to study and then go back. Try again, show what you've learned. Maybe you have something else on your resume that's even more impressive. There's nothing saying you can't keep trying. And that last point is something I mentioned earlier. There's nothing better than practicing real interviews. There are options for mock interviews, but going out and really doing it for real is just, it's the intensity of the situation, the anxiety you feel during it. These are not things you get during mock interviews, really. These are when you have a job on the line. So, don't be afraid to go out there and do those interviews. And kind of the last point, basically, it doesn't matter where you start because it doesn't always dictate where you end up. You saw the random jobs I had before that, and that's not even including Panera and Taco Bell and all the fast food jobs I've had over the years. It's important to show that you're willing to work, to put in the time to learn what you need to do. And, if you can't get a job at a game industry right away, maybe you can, engineers, maybe you can work at a small startup, or maybe you can work on some open source projects like before, but get something that says you had a job that is somewhat relevant. It makes you look so much better. As soon as I got that job at Brightspot to show I was a full-time software engineer, everybody wanted to talk to me. It's just, they want to know that you can pass that first test, that you can convince someone to give you that chance, because then everyone's going to be willing to give you that chance afterwards. And especially for engineers, when you hit that year mark of professional experience, just, get ready for the recruiters to flood in your email. And yeah, that was my talk. If you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them. The best way to do it would be to get through to me on LinkedIn. I'm checking my messages there every day, so that'd be the easiest place to get in contact with me. And thank you.
Thank you. Do you have time to answer questions now, or?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. We had one on YouTube. They asked, what if you're looking to get into the industry through something like writing or art outside of coding?
Right. So I was trying to make it as general as I can. I understand that my experience is engineering, so a lot of that came from that. But that same principle of having a portfolio built up is the most important thing. There are, so for writing and art specifically, I feel like art, it's a lot easier because you can work individually or in teams, right? There's no limit to how you get your pieces made. So I think just making stuff, maybe taking part in like Inktober or something, right? Just getting work out there for everyone to see is important. For writing, I can't really speak too much on, but I can't imagine it'd be too different from having a portfolio of finished work. There's the Game Dev Club as an example. There are people who want to make story games or story-driven games, and you can contribute to that and write for that, So hopefully that answers that.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Oh, new question from Rick on Discord. What are your thoughts on coding experience of focusing on single mechanics versus experience of composing the full software architecture on complete games?
What are your thoughts on coding? I think that depends. I would argue that for like single mechanics, that's definitely something for designers and gameplay programmers to look at. Because you're going to work in a much smaller and concentrated area of the engine of game development. So knowing every single piece of your engine's architecture would be good knowledge to know to make, good content that works well with your tools, but I would not say it's something you're going to be asked on an interview. On the other side, if you're going to be game engine engineer, you probably should know those things. It's a lot of game engines follow very similar architecture. Some things different, like some people use ECS or more data-driven stuff, but everyone has those same rules of rendering, UI, audio, and you should know those pieces if you're going into that field. And then I'm gonna answer that second question too. Vegeta for sure is my favorite. He, the growth spurt he had from the beginning of Dragon Ball Z to later is amazing. It's inspirational to everyone who was a late bloomer. He actually cares about his family, unlike Goku, who kind of just exists, and his family happens to exist in the same place. Not a great dad. And yeah, also Vegeta is the prince, so that's pretty cool too. Oh boy.
Here, I can read the question aloud. Scott asks, how many games/mods should one have on their portfolio?
Can I say at least one? You should have at least one. I don't think there's like a certain, like a minimum you're supposed to reach. Like, oh, if they don't have 3 games, then we're not gonna look at their thing. I think what's important is that if you're going to have a fewer number of things to put on your resume, that you should make sure they're more polished because of it, more complete because of it. Because if you don't have a lot of small things you can point to, they just need to. You need to wow them with the one thing you do have, right? And that's definitely possible with demos and stuff. And for mods specifically, I think if you're applying to a studio like Bethesda, you should try their modding tools out. Put that on your resume, like maybe you made your own quest or something. It's going to make you look so much better for studios like that offer those tools.
Nice. Scott also asks, is it wise to apply to a company you're very passionate about? Will the 90% rejection rate be something to consider? Should reapplication be considered?
I mean, yes. For the first part, yes, you should absolutely apply to the ones you're passionate about. I probably applied to close to 10 different positions at Bungie when I first started because I've played a lot of Destiny and Halo, so I like their games. But, if anything, that's more of a reason to apply to those studios because they'll see that fire you have for the games that they make, and it'll show you as someone who could be. Wow, how do I phrase that? It separates you from the other people who are just applying because it's on a list, right? It makes you look a lot better, like most of the things I try to say. The 90% rejection rate, you should consider. I wish I hadn't applied to Bungie, 10, 15 times at the beginning. I wish I had, 1, spaced it out, and 2, waited till I got more interviews under my belt before doing it. So that when you do get to those dream situations where you do get to talk to the studio you want, you're ready to go. There's nothing stopping you. You've got all the knowledge. Like, let's get through this. And yes, absolutely, you should reapply. There's nothing wrong with doing that, and you should do it.
Very good. So another question: as someone who works at EA Sports, can you please pass along a message to please not include the incredibly powerful holographic stickers on the boxes?
Okay, pass that information on. Hopefully we'll get that through for you.
That's an important one, yeah. Joa asks, how is it working with a more proprietary game engine like Frostbite versus engines with many available resources like Unity or Unreal?
Oh boy. You notice the difference very fast. You go from being able to Google everything to Googling nothing. It's especially with Frostbite, EA has been very much keeps it in the family, right? If you're not an EA studio, you're not using it. So it makes it harder as someone who's new to maybe look up what's going to happen, how it works before you get to the job. But on the opposite end, the benefit of that is when you get there, you're talking to the people who built it, who have extended it, who have tested it, released games on it. Like, these people know the engine front and back, and I've had plenty of questions I would ask some of the senior engineers on my team, where it's like, how does this system work for Frostbite? And we get an hour-long lecture about how it works, and I feel like I just learned everything in the world. So I think it's a little bit harder for when you're starting and prepping, but once you get there, it's not as bad as you would think.
That was a good question. I think this will be the last question for this presentation. Do companies want to hire people who are big fans of their games, or are they okay with hiring people with less knowledge of their work?
Personally, like if I were interviewing you, I would like to know that you have at least played the game. Maybe it's not your favorite game in the world, but just knowing the products that the company you're applying to puts out is important. And without saying what studio, I had one studio where I had a chance to talk about a game I did like with my hiring manager, and I basically poured my soul out, like, oh, I love this game. This game's awesome. I can't believe you get to work on it every day. And then after I finished doing that, his answer was, oh, I only play it like every once in a while. So it's not always gonna make a difference, but I think it's still that it's okay if you don't play it, but if you're not super passionate about it, but make sure you understand the games they make or what games they make.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Ben.
All right. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Pleasure. You too, man.
Yeah, thank you. Cool. Let me switch over. Yep, you're perfectly fine.
Great. All right, I'm going to start by introducing myself. My name is Eric. I've been around for a long time. I actually founded the UMBC Game Developers Club and hosted the first DEC over a decade ago. Very happy to see that it's still going on. Since then, I've been working in games for over a decade. I've worked at Breakaway, Firaxis, Oxide Games. At Firaxis, I shipped some well-known titles like Civilization 5, Civilization 6, and XCOM Enemy Unknown. Currently, I'm working at a major tech company on VR gaming. So also teach at UMBC sometimes for the game developer class. In fact, the past two speakers are former students of mine. So yeah, with that introduction out of the way, I'd like to get on to my talk. My talk is the art of software engineering. Now, I know what some of you may be thinking. Hold on. I see your stream is. We've just paused this preview. Okay, whatever. Never mind. Some of you might be thinking, "Oh no, I'm an artist or a designer. This talks about software engineering, and I'm not going to have a good time." Well, I've got some good news. This talk is really about the decision-making processes in engineering, and we can talk about it in physical terms that are relatable to anyone, even if you're not a software engineer. So it should be pretty accessible. And with that said, I'd like to start talking about the Bugatti Chiron. Very relatable. It's got over 1,400 horsepower, a top speed of 261 miles an hour. So the question is this good engineering? So for now, in person, I can't really call on someone in the audience, but you can answer it for yourself in your head. Well, the problem is where you want to drive it. Let's say we take this big, expensive Bugatti Chiron with its slick racing tires and its low ground clearance, and we try to drive it off-road in the desert. It's going to be a disaster. So the truth is, you can really only answer the question of whether or not something's a good engineering solution if you know the context. So, in this context, maybe a Jeep would be better. So, Engineering's all about trade-offs. Actually, one of the best books I ever read, or one of the most inspirational books I read about software engineering, it was kind of a funny experience. It was just a reference book for the standard template library. And what was really inspirational to me was when reading it, I saw that there are all these different container types, and the container you used really depended on your context. It's a very simple realization to have, but it's really important because so often I'll see engineers, even in the highest levels at major tech companies, who've risen high in their careers. They really sometimes forget about context. It's really one of the most important things when thinking about what choices to make in engineering. It's essential, and it's all about trade-offs. The things that make this Jeep good off-road make it less good on-road. It's it's high ride height, and just the way it's built mean that's not as fast as like a sports car would be on the road. It also means that it uses more fuel. So, choosing the trade-offs is going to be, it's all going to come down to understanding the context. It's also important to note it's really impossible to judge a design without knowing the context it will be used in. Okay. So some designs really are bad no matter what the context. It is possible to make something that is just awful. But generally, amongst good designs, the context is important. So let's try this exercise again. This time we're going to have a smooth road. We're going to have good weather, race car driver. Speed is an important design goal. Okay, let's pull up the Chiron again. This time we're going to give it a competitor. That competitor is the Reliant Robin. It's actually it's a car with 3 wheels. It's very adorable. Doesn't go particularly fast. Now, based on our context, which is better? Well, you're probably thinking the Bugatti Chiron, and that's not a bad idea. But here's what happened. We went about the plan of building our Bugatti Chiron, and we didn't quite get finished. We got the engine, and we weren't able to finish the rest of the car. This is the engine of a Bugatti, and that poor woman. She's pushing as hard as she can, but it's not going very quickly. So this brings us to our next point, which is the context of development is important as well. Knowing how much time we have and how much money we have is important when making these kinds of decisions. I once was a judge at a game jam at UMBC, and there were a number of teams. One of the teams had high school students. Some of the teams had college students, or a few teams of college students, and one team came from a local studio, a local game development studio. They're professional developers, and what happened was all of the teams finished their games except for the professional game developers. They were trying to build a Bugatti Chiron, and they ran out of time. So that there's a real lesson in that. They didn't, in this case, fully, consider the context of development. So let's ask a question, a software engineering question. Which is better, JavaScript or C++? Well, we just went through, several slides explaining that we can't answer this question. And yet, if you go up to, any software engineer and you ask JavaScript or C++, you're going to have some really strong opinions about this. Why is that? Well, people get preferences. They get preferences for certain technologies, and oftentimes those preferences interfere with an engineer's ability to really understand their context. Going back to that team of professional developers at the Game Jam, they had certain preferences based on the context they were used to working in. They didn't transfer, and they didn't properly, recognize that they had these preferences that were kind of interfering with making the best decisions. So what we're used to is a big component of this. People really like to have familiar, comfortable technology around them. What are friends and colleagues like is a huge thing. The JavaScript versus C++ question. If you asked this at, like a web development studio, they go on and on and on about how terrible C++ is, because they're surrounded by people who use JavaScript. And, but if you asked this question, JavaScript or C++, at, a AAA game developer, they would go on and on about how trash JavaScript was, probably. So, it's really influenced by people around us. It's basically just kind of like politics in a way. What's best for the context we're used to working in, that's a big thing. If we tried a technology and it didn't work well for us in one scenario, it's easy to forget that it might work well for us in a different scenario if the context was a better fit. I love this quote. It's from a former coworker of mine. He said, "Just because the roof is caving in doesn't mean roofs are a bad idea." I love that. Sometimes what will happen is we'll see a bad implementation or bad use of a technology, and that will make us kind of write it off and say, "Well, this is a good idea." But the truth is that sometimes a bad it was just a bad implementation, and the technology or the solution or design pattern is actually helpful and good. Let's talk about dealing with complexity a little bit. This is really at the heart of software engineering. If you're a computer science student, you're probably used to really small projects that take a single programmer, I don't know, 3 to 6 hours to complete. Maybe more if it's a big project, but they're generally very short and very small. In the professional world, you can have code bases with tens of thousands of lines of code or more. And software engineering is really all about how organize that code, how all of these systems interact with each other. And that's what makes it a big challenge, and something that students are oftentimes not very familiar with. So one way of dealing with this, is design patterns. Design patterns are really just commonly used techniques. This is an example of a design pattern outside of software. It's called a lever, and it's very common in mechanical engineering to see levers. So if you can think of when you think of design patterns, think of something like a lever. It's a common design approach that accomplishes a specific goal that can be used in a lot of different places. So they're essential tools. Some people really, really hate them, and I think that this is when people say they hate design patterns, I think this is another one of those things where just because the roof is caving in doesn't mean roofs are a bad idea. The design patterns are often misused. And there are some people who are really obsessed with design patterns, and those are the people who sometimes misuse them the most. Because they want to apply them everywhere, and they don't always apply them in the right places. So that's the first point about design patterns. You shouldn't automatically pull out your design pattern book every time you're faced with an engineering problem and try to force something into your problem space if it's not necessarily a good fit. Sometimes these design patterns are awesome fits for what you're doing. Other times, you need to go a different route. So make sure that it's whatever design pattern you're using is really a good fit for what you're doing. And there's really no such thing as a panacea. Sometimes people will get stuck on one specific design pattern, and they'll want it to be the end all be all of structuring code. And I've seen this all the time, and if you've been in software long enough, you actually see things kind of go in and out of style. Object-oriented programming obviously has been a big thing for a long time, right? But now there's a lot of talk about ECS, and people are really excited about that, which is very much not like object-oriented programming. And it's like it kind of goes through these different little fads where a particular design pattern becomes like the in thing for a while. And that's nice and all, but I really think that whenever you're making these decisions, like you always have to be thinking about your context. You always have to be thinking about, is this the right fit for what I'm doing? And you have to realize, people will come out with a new architecture, a design pattern, and they want to talk about how it's perfect, and nothing really is. Everything comes with trade-off. So you have to recognize what the benefits and the drawbacks of anything is before you start adopting it. This is a great story about design patterns gone wrong. This is a true story. So there was this simulator, a VR simulator for the Australian Air Force for helicopter combat training. The programmers wanted to model the movement of kangaroos and the reactions to helicopters. They made kangaroos a subclass of soldier, right? So this is polymorphism, which is a design pattern, which a lot of people hate it because they've seen it go wrong, and this is an example of it going wrong. But it absolutely has its place. I think in a lot of applications, it's really good. But this is an example of it going wrong. They made kangaroo a subclass of soldier. The result? Well, because the kangaroo is inherited from soldier, during a client demo, when the helicopter came over the hill, the kangaroos scattered in reaction to the helicopter, which was good. That was correct behavior. But then they reappeared from behind a hill and launched a barrage of Stinger missiles at the helicopter. I know a lot of Australians can get frustrated with the kangaroos, but generally kangaroos are not this aggressive. So it's a great example of a design pattern gone wrong. In this case, they really forgot sort of the core meaning behind inheritance, which is is a relationship. If you say the sentence, a kangaroo is a soldier, you can immediately see things might go very wrong. So it's really important whenever using a design pattern to understand the fundamental concepts behind it and to think through how you're applying it. The code reviews. People love this. Obviously, it's inefficient to remake the same system over and over again. We can save lots of time and money by reusing the code, and that can allow us to build cooler stuff because we're not, building the same thing over and over again. But it can go wrong. So here we have Jeremy Clarkson, our famous TV presenter, and he has constructed a pickup truck that can also be reused as a boat. He calls it the Toy Boda. So obviously, I think you can see just from this picture that this is probably neither a good pickup truck nor a good boat at this point. And this is one of the dangers of trying to make really reusable systems is if you try to make something that's good for everyone, it may end up being good for no one. So you want to make sure if you're writing reusable code, you have a specific client in mind, a specific person you're trying to support, and a specific context, I should say, that you're trying to support, a specific problem you're trying to solve, and not try to be everything to everyone. So loosely coupled code. So that's that's about having sort of something that's a well-defined system, right? Like an example of like a well-defined system would be like, okay, I'm gonna make a compression library, right? And what this does is it just has, a simple interface for compressing data, and that's all it does. And it doesn't try to do other things. But to make it more reusable, it's important that it has as few interdependencies as possible. Like if someone wants to use my compression library and they have to pull in 7 other libraries to get to work, that makes it harder to use. It also creates a situation where the code becomes sort of like a giant spaghetti bowl, and there's a lot to pay attention to there, and things aren't really well encapsulated. So loosely coupled code, it has like an interface to use with other systems, forms a specific, well-defined function. And it's just the best way to write something that's going to be reusable but also maintainable. If you have a lot of dependencies in your code, that just makes the complexity of your library higher. Not that it's never a good idea to have any dependencies. Sometimes the dependencies are necessary, and it's a good way of making your library not something that does more than its stated purpose. But so abstraction. So abstraction is all about breaking the code into these small reusable pieces with implementation details hidden away behind an interface. Makes building and maintaining each piece of the code simpler. We talked about that with loosely coupled code, and allows programmers to focus on a small piece of software, and it allows them to specialize. So let's take an example. Let's say Anne is a physics nerd, and she's written a physics system for the game. Jim is confused by physics, but is able to use Anne's physics system for the gameplay code. That's great. Anne is specialized in physics. Jim is specialized in gameplay. And, because, this physics system is a neatly encapsulated and reusable system, Jim doesn't really have to understand all of the inner workings to use it. And, this is pretty fundamental to, how larger software projects work. Another example, Alice needs the game to open compressed file, but doesn't have the time to write the decompression code. She downloads an open source library, right? So that's example of, her not only not needing to worry about the details, but, being sped up because she kind of reused that code. And of course, Steve wants to make a game quickly and easily. He uses Unity. So a game engine like Unity is basically just a package of many different systems whose implementation details are hidden behind interfaces. So where can this go wrong? Well, sometimes you actually need to know about the other systems to understand what's happening in them. And abstraction is almost like another word for obfuscation, right? The implementation details are kind of hidden from you. I mean, a lot of times you have the source, not always, but even so, you're oftentimes not digging into it. So unexpected behaviors can occur when you don't really understand the internal implementation of the system you're working with. So, going back to Jim and Anne. Jim's using Anne's physics system. Jim applies force to an object in the game. Jim has forgotten to give the object mass. Mass has been defaulted to 0. The game crashes with a divide by 0 error. Jim is flummoxed because he doesn't know how the internals of the physics system work. So, this is just the reality of it. You oftentimes, when diagnosing issues and to really become a good user of a system, an expert user of a system, you do actually have to understand some of the details behind how it works. And typically, that's something that develops over time, right? You start with a new, game engine or something like that. You use some tutorials online. You don't really understand how everything works under the hood yet, but you start fixing bugs, you start running into unexpected behaviors, and there's a learning process there. And eventually, you get a sense for the important pieces of the internal implementation that you need to understand. So, are you getting bored? Is a lot of information here. Well, I've got some good news. Things are about to get really exciting because we're going to talk about Euclid. That's right. So who is Euclid? Well, he's a badass Greek mathematician. Lived from the mid-4th century to mid-3rd century BCE. Some call him the father of geometry. He revolutionized mathematical proofs. All right, so let's talk about Euclid's postulates. A straight line segment can be drawn between any 2 points. Any straight line segment can be extended indefinitely. Okay, wait a second. Why are we talking about this? Well, honestly, when I saw Euclid's postulates, this is kind of the foundation for Euclidean geometry. I was blown away by how brilliant they were, because he is taking things that sound so obvious and sound like they have to be true, and he's saying, these are my assumptions. One of the assumptions is that all right angles are congruent. This doesn't sound like it would be an assumption, but he stated it as one. This is a really, really important thing for software engineers to gain some inspiration from. Because all bugs come down to false assumptions. One thing I like to say is bugs come from defects in the mind of the programmer. And these defects are false assumptions. So we can really take a lot of inspiration from Euclid in that he was willing to take things that seem so obvious and so self-evident and say, no, these are just my assumptions. And by the way, theoretical physics has found applications for non-Euclidean space. And, because he stated those as assumptions, we know which proofs are valid and not valid in these non-Euclidean spaces. It was a really smart thing for him to do. So, even very obvious sounding stuff, stuff that seems like it couldn't possibly not be true, sometimes is a false assumption. So, if you come across a bug that seems impossible, and you will, all the time you will, then explain why you think it couldn't possibly occur. Just like Euclid laid out his postulates for geometry, you can lay out your postulates, your assumptions, or tell the story of why it can't occur. Listing your sub is it's the same process Euclid went through. So once you've listed all your assumptions, you can test them one by one. Go through all of those things that you know to be true and verify them, because one of them isn't true. Another way I like to say this is when you've tested everything that can go wrong, start testing the stuff that can't go wrong. So elegance. So this is new topic. This is a Rube Goldberg machine, and they're really cool to look at. They're like really, and I'm sure you've all seen them, online, little videos and stuff like that. It's It's really long, complex machines that perform oftentimes a very simple task. So obviously, this is not like a great idea. This people do this for fun, but it's not a really good idea for serious engineering. Why? Well, obviously, what makes these impressive is there's a lot of steps and there's a lot of places where something can go wrong. It's difficult to maintain and efficient. And in general, more lines of code mean more bugs. Actually, there's a funny, research paper in computer science where they found an incredible correlation just between the number of lines of code and the number of bugs. And it was something that a lot of prior research hadn't taken into account. So there was all this research about, what causes bugs in code, and a lot of these prior, research papers were found to be kind of essentially disproven because they hadn't accounted for the fact that, one solution just had more lines of code, and it was really the lines of code that made it. So obviously, you don't want a Rube Goldberg machine, but you'd be surprised how often people resort to very complex solutions. And I think it's just there's a certain attraction to like a Rube Goldberg machine in just thinking about the complexity and all the inner workings and all the pieces moving together. There's a real satisfaction to it. And it's easy, I mean, obviously, this kind of example is a bit on the absurd side, but it's easy in engineering to add complexity, unnecessary complexity, just because, these machines are just so interesting to think about. But obviously, there are lots of problems with them. So, a quote that I absolutely love about this is a designer knows he has achieved perfection, not when there is nothing left to add, but when there is nothing left to take away. As much as possible, your software should be as simple and straightforward as you can make it. And I see this all the time. I'm at a very elite tech company right now, working with world-class software engineers, and I see this all the time. It's everywhere. People get really excited about these complex systems. They get excited about thinking about them, but they create something that is a lot more complex than it needs to be, and there's a lot of risk associated with that. Another this is my quote, but I really like it. Find solutions for problems, not problems for solutions. Sometimes people will hear about a new technology or a new design pattern and they'll want to apply it right away. And to an extent, that's a good instinct, right? That's a great way to learn about a new technology is to put it into practice, maybe in a small personal project or something, and play around with it. Like, that's a great idea, but you shouldn't, take something new and cool and exciting you heard about and like try to force it into the project you're working on right now if it's not the right fit. And sometimes it will be the right fit, but oftentimes it's not quite the right fit. You should always be using the right tool for the job, not necessarily the newest and most shiniest tool. So, okay, this is another neat piece of advice. The shape of the code. Think about the structure of this house. The foundation. It's a much more critical place. It's also, a place where there's a lot more risk to work on it or to refactor it. Right? If you want to make changes to the foundation, it's going to be really hard. If you want to make changes to the shingles, that's a lot lower risk. So, there are many ways that you should take this into account. One is, let's say you're planning a software project, and you want to think about where to invest the most time and where to, put forth your highest quality code. The answer is in at the very foundational level. Because that is going to be the part that's hardest to change later. So, in reality, we want all of our code to be as polished and high quality as possible. But the realities of development is we can't always do that. Sometimes we have to take shortcuts. But the lesson here is if you're going to take a shortcut, you take a shortcut on the shingles. You take a shortcut on the paint. You don't take a shortcut when you're building that foundation. Another way to think about this is if you're joining a new team and you want to make a big, exciting impact, it can be tempting to go for that sort of foundational level because you want to, show that you can make an impact in a very significant place. But there's a lot of risk involved in doing something like that, especially if you're not familiar with the code base. You could cause a lot of other problems. But if you go and you do something that is, higher up in the structure, you're dealing with a lot less risk. And there's a lot less that you need to consider when making that change. So, be mindful of this and how everything is structured and what the dependencies are and what's resting on top of the code that you're building or making modifications to. The development, and this is actually similar to the last topic, closely related. The fastest path from A to B is not necessarily the fastest path from A to B to C. And I'm talking really about project planning here. And even as I say this, you see this mistake made all the time, where there's an ambitious big project that the company wants to take on, and they want to see results as quickly as possible. So they want you to stand something up and have it, reach a certain milestone in the shortest amount of time possible. So the first time I gave this talk, it was in person, and I was very fortunate to have a bunch of water bottles there. It became a really great demonstration. I'll just have to describe it here. So let's say your first milestone is to build a tower 1 water bottle tall. Well, what's the quickest way of doing that? You just take a single water bottle and you place it down on the table. And now let's say your second milestone is to build a tower 2 water bottles tall. Take the second water bottle, place it on top of the first, and they both fall down. And now you're all the way back at the beginning. And what you should have done in the first place was place 3 water bottles down at that first level. So when you went to place, when you got to the next milestone and you had to place a second, make the tower 2 water bottles tall, you could place the second one on the secure foundation of the 3 at the base, which, very similar to thinking about the shape of the code here. That's the foundation, right? I see this happen all the time, where, shortcuts are made in the interest of reaching a certain milestone at a certain time. It's happened so much through my career that just talking about it, just like a million examples pop into my head. It really is a bad anti-pattern that you see all of the time. So as much as possible, as much as you have control over it, and depending on the project and your role in that project, you might not have that much control over it. But, always keep this in mind. The idea, I think a lot of this is there are managers that don't have a background in software, and they just think, well, the fastest way to get them to build this system is to make sure they get through each milestone as quickly as possible, which on the surface might seem intuitive, but they might not be setting themselves up for success doing that. Another important, I love this point. More time is spent maintaining code than writing it. A lot more time is spent maintaining code and writing it. So this is actually an important lesson. If you're ever considering like refactoring a certain system, if that system is really problematic, then the answer is, yeah, go for it. Rewrite that system. If it is a problematic system and it's not working, go ahead and rewrite it. And people are like, oh, the time you spend on that, though. It's like, well, if the newer version really is going to be better, it's definitely going to be worth the time investment because, most of your time is actually just maintaining the code. Writing new code happens surprisingly quickly. So, it really can be worth, replacing something that is being hard to maintain. And I love this point too. Adding new features increases complexity exponentially. Right. So if you have three features interacting with each other and you add a fourth, that fourth feature potentially can interact with the other three. And then you add a fifth, and that can potentially interact with the other four. This is why making games is so hard. We have so many different interacting systems, physics and rendering and AI and all sorts of things all happening at once. And that complexity, it goes up exponentially each time you add a new feature. Prioritizing issues. Yeah, so as a software engineer, you oftentimes have more than one task on your plate at a time. And it's important to know how to prioritize those. Generally, you want to take on the biggest, scariest stuff first. It's really unintuitive. The intuition is to get some quick wins by doing the stuff you're familiar with and having some victories to point to. But that really sets you up for potentially scary time at the end when you have a bunch of, you don't have much time left, but the tasks you have remaining are very high risk. Blocking issues is huge. So blocking issue is you having not done something is blocking someone else from doing their work. These issues have to be absolutely number one. If someone else is depending on you finishing a task by a certain time, it's really important that it be finished then. So those are just two really important things to think about when prioritizing these issues. Growing as an engineer, practice. Evaluate your successes and failures, and along the lines of practice. Like a lot of really good engineers will program in their spare time. They're really passionate about it, and they have their own personal projects. It's a really great way of growing. Being able to evaluate your successes and failures, being able to see what went well and what didn't work very well. It's the only way to grow. I've seen some programmers who are extremely confident and have achieved a level of success in their career, and they sometimes, aren't able to grow. If you think you're perfect, then there's no room for growth left. And spoiler alert, you're not perfect. Get code reviews. Some companies, they just do this, as a practice. Like you're going to get code reviews no matter what. Other companies, not as much. If if you are at a place where it's not standard practice, get code reviews from time to time. It's a great way to get feedback on your work. You won't always agree with the other person, that's fine. But getting another perspective can be really helpful. Oftentimes they'll teach you about cool tricks you didn't know about, and that will help you grow as an engineer. Explore different approaches and philosophies. I talked at the beginning about how there can be different communities of thought in software engineering, and people have preferences for various technologies based off, what they're familiar with, what their friends like, what works in the context they're most familiar with. Break out of that from time to time. Explore different approaches and philosophies. Try doing things in a different way. It might not stick with you. It might not be something that you adopt. But I think oftentimes if you explore different ways of looking at these things, you will find that you come across contexts where, hey, that different approach or different philosophy that I explored a couple of years ago actually fits really well here. It just makes you a lot more flexible and adaptable as a software engineer. Talk to other software engineers. This is a big one. You learn so much just chatting with people. And, if you're at work and you go out to lunch with other software engineers, you learn so much in those conversations over lunch and stuff like that. It's a great learning opportunity. Some parting wisdom. Good judgment comes from experience. Experience comes from bad judgment. So don't be afraid to take chances, make mistakes, and get messy. This is just how you grow. You're going to go out there, you'll make some mistakes sometimes, especially when you're trying new things and exploring different contexts, as I mentioned. But that's all part of growth. The final thing I'll say, and this is really important, I think it's actually difficult for a lot of software engineers. Focus on the product. The code is a means to an end. And this is something that's really hard for a lot of software engineers because we love programming and we kind of fall in love with the code, especially our own code. But it's always important to remember that what's really important is the software product that's going to end up in the hands of the consumer. And everything that happens with the code, it is all a means to an end. That's not to say that it's not important to focus on code quality, because poor code quality will lead to a poor product. But there are times, I think, when programmers become very focused on the technology and they forget what the technology is being used for. And what's being used for is always the most important thing. So that's my talk. I'm open to answering some questions now.
Awesome. I think we'll let the YouTube stream catch up a little bit here, but my question is, what is the most elegant piece of software you've seen written that you can talk about, of course?
Oh my God. So this is a hard one for me. Because it's gonna sound cynical, but I feel like every big code base I've worked on has been terrible. I feel like the only really elegant things that I've seen are small encapsulated libraries that perform a really specific function. And yeah, I mean, I hate to give that as an answer, but anyone who's worked on a large code base has become incredibly frustrated with it. And I don't know, it's I don't know that I've seen one that I would consider to be elegant. It's really more of a ranking of which are worse than others.
I understand completely.
Yeah, yeah. I know. You're getting some of that. Says is getting some of that experience now, and in the real world. And yeah, it's just big code bases are terrible. um, okay, so a question from the Discord here. Do you have any good examples of a lead engineer who's coordinating systems of how who is coordinating the systems might communicate the needs of a design to another engineer? This is assuming the gameplay engineer is developing their own encapsulated mechanic, perhaps within the given set of rules. How do you explain integration endpoints, interactions with existing systems? I sometimes go through the process of conceptualization, design brief, what is the mechanic, tech design brief, how do we do it? What kinds of documents and meetings would this communication consist of? What points do you touch base? This is a really good, very kind of advanced question. I don't know if this person's a current student or not, but it's a good question. I would say, there are many stages to designing an interface and communicating with the stakeholders. The most important part, in my experience, has been starting by, and this is before we get to, um, design docs or anything like that. Starting with um, a person, an individual, a point of contact that best understands the needs of the the client, and they oftentimes directly are the client, right? And sitting down with them one on one. I think that larger meetings, it's hard to make progress. Sitting down with this individual one on one, listening to their requirements, proposing solutions. Sometimes you have to go back and think about it and write some stuff up. Proposing solutions, going back and talking to the person and getting feedback on those solutions and iterating on them. I think that's really, really key. Now, eventually, depending on the context, different companies are different. A lot of game companies are kind of fly by the seat of their pants, and there isn't like a lot of documents involved. Some companies they really encourage like a technical design document or a TDD, and I found like these were really good ways of communicating your ideas to other engineers. It's also sort of like an early start on documenting your system. So, after going through sort of an iterative process with the your sort of POC for the client for the system, then coming up with a document that sort of summarizes you know what you came to. You can get feedback from other engineers on that. It's not a bad idea at all. You can get feedback, of course, from the original point of contact you've been talking with. So I think this is generally the best approach. But there's a lot of there are a lot of different approaches, and sometimes one stakeholder isn't really going to be enough. Sometimes you really do need that larger meeting. At that point, it becomes a little slower to make headway. But yeah, so those are just some of my thoughts about that. Yeah, how has your experience in VR software development been different from traditional software? Are there changes in design, architecture, testing practices that you've noticed? Not really. It's actually not really been all that different. It's I sometimes see it mostly as like a different display device. It is a little difficult when you have to test things. We describe it as in headset with the VR headset on, right? And there's a lot of features that you have to test in headset. And what's different there than like regularly debugging is like, let's say I'm working on Civilization or something. I'm going to run Civilization on my PC. It's going to pop up on my monitor. And when I hit a breakpoint or I'm looking at the logs, that's all going to happen on the same machine and the same screens. If you have now, you can do that with a VR title, but sometimes for certain kinds of interactions, you literally have to put the hardware on your head. Oftentimes, like if you're looking and like hand tracking, something like that, that needs to be done in VR, in headset, and that can be a little frustrating because it's kind of switching back and forth between being in the headset versus, looking at the screen. It's not that big a deal, but it's a little inconvenient, and yeah. So it's a little bit of a burden working with the headset, but for the most part, I'd say it's very similar. No changes in design or architecture. In fact, they take a lot of games that they adapt for VR, and they're they're the same game. The only thing that's different is the rendering, right? So, and even that, it's pretty similar, right? There are just some differences to make it compatible with VR.
Awesome. Thank you for your answers. Maybe we'll let the YouTube stream catch up a little bit to see if there's any more questions.
I actually wanted to ask one more question, if you don't mind, myself.
Sure.
I've seen a lot of trends, and especially things with large code bases, especially in certain game engines, where a lot of my friends tend to call it Unreal Syndrome, where a lot of games that have been made in Unreal, whether it's AAA or not, tend to kind of look the same, even though they're
Oh, yeah.
intended to be a different style. And it makes you wonder why, like, what the kinds of choices that they had to make, whether it be design based or because of time constrictions. And I guess I'm asking your thoughts on um, trying to make a large code base unique to your specific requirements, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. Well, I guess that there are um, there are a couple parts to that. One is almost seems like maybe referring to the look of it, like sort of like a unique look in terms of the graphics, which is not really my area of expertise. But I will say, if you're using the same rendering engine, in terms of making that look unique, there's going to be a little bit of work there. But the part of that question I think I can better answer is talking about having a large code base like Unreal and trying to adapt it to your needs. I'll say that in my experience, adapting the engine as little as possible is probably the best way to go. And I've been a systems engineer on a couple of Unreal projects, and I've made I've made a lot of engine changes. Generally, I thought they were good ideas, and I do think they were still good ideas. There are times when you need to go in and do something specific to your needs. To basically, it's a matter of trade-offs, right? Make the trade-offs in the engine better suited for your context, right? But you want to be very surgical about that, because the larger the changes that you make to the paradigm of the engine, the more unexpected behaviors you're going to see. If you go in and you start changing the way blueprints work, right, in Unreal, well, like a lot of other systems are making assumptions about how blueprints work. And if you change the fundamentals of how that happens, then you're bound to find a lot of unexpected behaviors, right? So you want to make any changes you make to the engine, you want to be pretty surgical. And you also have to remember that The like you're always going to have less resistance when working with a game engine if you're doing things in the way the game engine expects you to do them. So if you're going to go about things a different way, you know, there are always cases where that makes sense. Like I'm not saying as a blanket rule never do this, but I'm saying that it comes with a lot of risk and it comes with a cost. That it's going to slow you down. And it also, you make changes to the engine. Like typically you will like merge in like the newest version of like Unreal or something throughout the project until a certain point, right, where you stop merging the newest version because you don't want to keep making changes. That process gets harder the more modifications you made to the engine. So that's another way that there's a lot of weight to making those kinds of changes. So yeah, those are kind of my thoughts and warnings about that.
Cool, thank you. That was very thorough. I appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. Well, I guess it's 5:00. So thank you very much, Eric, for your presentation.
Thanks.
It was a pleasure to have you.
Yeah, it was definitely a pleasure. All right then. Yeah. I guess we're not really in person, but I'd say like just give a round of applause to all of our presenters because all of them really had a lot of insightful things to say. Big kudos to everyone who spent the past 6 hours listening to all of these presenters because it's a lot of info, but it's a lot of good info. It's a lot of good experience and understanding that's behind the things that have been presented. And I guess that's it for us. Yes, thank you. Great, cool. Thank you. Well, with no further ado, I guess DEC has officially ended. Go forth. I don't know. Oh, okay. I'm just gonna end the stream here because it's been running for exactly 6 hours.